me start Periscope.
So we have no connection to the community. We are renting the homes. We have no connection to the community. We don't own the building until we get to the point that we own. We're not owning it in the way that people think it's social.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to streaming coverage of day 3 here in Philadelphia. We're currently watching a Periscope user.
I'm telling you right now, that as a city and as a federal government, we need to make economic issues of black people a priority. We suffer from
Kristen Johnson, who is a local reporter. We have the Zoom feed open for folks to dial in. If you would like to dial in and contribute coverage or commentary, any citizen journalist is welcome to attend. We have noted that the scanner feeds online have been cut. If anybody has access to an actual physical scanner and is located in Philadelphia and can tune into the citywide J-band, please do come on to the Zoom feed and share that info with us.
Alright, now we're going to go to the other side because this is your... Now we're headed over to the other side of City Hall where I was told it's getting a little more, I'll say crowded. I don't know if they're rowdy or anything. No, there's people in and around this area, but they're not, everyone's, again, peaceful. But I will say, as a Philadelphian, seeing the National Guard here, I cannot believe it. It's really hard to see. Just kind of spooky walking around here kind of with, not seeing really anyone. This is usually filled on a Monday. Now for people who are not around, so that's the Macy's. It is a beautiful city. The one thing that I'll be biased about is that this is one of the most beautiful cities, if not the most beautiful city, and its people. And I've been.
I can think of some things to be biased about beyond that.
Sure.
Still serve your duty as a journalist.
Yeah, that's the Criminal Justice Center. And we are looping around here. It's going to be, this is the northeast corner of City Hall, where more kind of the presence of the protesters are. We'll see what, this mask on. Okay, I'll walk around this way. Is that that's the Criminal Justice Center. That is all blocked off. It's completely blocked off.
Started the correct Zoom meeting, right? Yeah, because you logged into it.
This is a bigger crowd than yesterday, I will say that. But I have a feeling, but I have a feeling these are more of the actual protesters. And not, as I've called them, the rebel rousers. And if yesterday on my report, I did speak with a couple of the people that came down here from out of state, but they were just here to peacefully protest, show what, spread the message of police brutality in their lives, give personal accounts to it. I had one woman who was speaking very softly to the police to give her account. I mean, they were emotionless. I believe that they're kind of told to be emotionless. from the higher ups, but that's what they were. This is very odd. That seems to be kind of the center. Yeah, see, it's a little bit different here in Philadelphia. A lot of Philadelphians feel as though the looting is only pulling away from the communities, because if you're familiar with Philadelphia, North and West Philadelphia, as well as South Philadelphia, really all over, it's those are small businesses that were being looted. So is it a guise? Sometimes, maybe. You're just gonna have to deal sometimes with the profanity. All right, I'm gonna jump on to KYW News Radio, so you can list those there at 10:60 for a live report.
Okay. So we're gonna. That is Kristen Johnson, and you can find her for a live report on KYW. She should be available there. We have a couple of citizen journalists that'll be joining us from the protest itself. The ones that have agreed to join us from the protest are from the rally at 6th and Arch. That is the Philadelphia, what is it called, Gil?
Which?
The PRF rally, the 3 o'clock one. PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation, Philly, and they should be starting their rally momentarily. We should have some live stream coverage. We did get some folks that volunteered to come on directly from there. I'm sorry I'm not there today. Did quite a bit of walking yesterday, if you watched the stream, to cover any evidence of damage or looting from around the South Philly and east of Market area. There wasn't much of any, and there's various reasons for that. As we went over yesterday, everything from the differences in how the local politics plays out to the economics of the area, the general makeup of folks in the area. I'm gonna toss some coverage from the news helicopter on the second screen here for you guys. Get rid of the hearts, because that's just always annoying. Somehow a car seems to have gotten stuck there. As I said earlier, I don't know if you missed it, online sources for the Philly citywide scanner and each of the district scanners has been turned off quote unquote, due to protesters, or due to rioters using feed against police. That's questionable. I don't know how you can use a 2-minute delayed monitored feed against the police, but if anybody has access to an actual physical scanner and is in the Philadelphia area and is willing to hop on the Zoom, and we can share the scanner with everybody watching the live stream. For the time being, I can pull the Philadelphia EMS and fire from any specific area, but they're not really dispatching EMS and fire to these things. It might have been interesting yesterday to pull the Philadelphia. I don't even know whether that would have been Philadelphia North or South fire for that fire in West Philly. Any thoughts, Gil?
Specific to the loss of the scanner, or to
Anything in general, yeah. Loss of the scanner would be good to talk about.
I mean, the aside from it just being a typical tactic, the argument that it's being used against police is very telling, in that they tend to view anything that disturbs their excuse me disturbs their ability to act unilaterally as interference. For instance, their recent protest with Google's addition of speed traps to Google Maps because it was interfering with their ability to make arrests, despite the fact the way that people would avoid those speed traps is by slowing down. So it feels like it plays into the larger mentality behind this, behind recent police actions. Other than that, no thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not exactly certain how valid the idea that this is interfering with police. Our friend Alyssa is live right now. Let's see if I can pull her up on the second feed here, or on a feed here.
We have footage of state police dumping water and milk, presumably because they felt that interfered with their ability to use tear gas.
Yeah, that is quite something. I'm not exactly sure what legal argument they could possibly use to justify that that taking of property. Yeah, I like I said before, I'm not a legal expert, but some things just don't make much sense.
Even at times of less intensive street action, Philly police have a history of doing things like dumping food from unpermitted food distribution to the homeless. It's not a new tactic. And yes, I'm aware that this was state police and not Philly police in this case, but it's of a piece here.
I'm just gonna bring this footage down a little bit for a second. Hi, Rob. Welcome to the chat.
What's up, man?
Hello, Rob.
How are you guys?
Good for now. Bring that video smaller as well. That's why. Sorry, running two computers, it gets a little confusing sometimes. Alright, just go to computer mode and back to full screen on that. Gonna see if I can get Alyssa's video. Yeah, here we go. So this is coverage from a friend of ours, Alyssa.
Hey guys, it's Alyssa. We're here at 52nd and Archwood in West Philly at Malcolm X Park. Please come stop by if you're protesting today. It's nice, it's fine. We've got food, we've got tons of water, we've got medical supplies.
That's CBS
All
3
the
feet.
stores have been closed down for the city, so if you need something, please come through, come look.
This is Center City right
Would you
now.
like some rice and chicken? That's Center City right
This is Center City right now.
You need some sandwiches to go. Got you. We hook up right there. So please be safe. Come on out. If you need something, it's right here at 52nd and Oxford, alright? Be safe, guys.
Okay. So, one of our friends is out supporting there at 52nd and Arch. And let's go back to the CBS coverage. This is a helicopter coverage. Quite a large gathering today. Do you have an eye on where that is?
That's at City Hall.
This coverage is at City Hall?
Yep.
Trying to figure out exactly where.
That along the, I'm not sure if it's Market Street or the street that goes around City Hall. That's where they were before the press conference. And the press conference just wrapped up, so I'm assuming that's where they still are. If you see, that's where the National Guard was as well. A couple National Guard units were there.
I just saw a retweet from post 22 hours ago from ABC News making a public statement that ended with Black Lives Matter, which, while potentially still toothless, is still a huge departure from their usual level of supposed detachment and non-bias, and makes me that it's happening now is a sign that while everyone is on about their usual delegitimization of various protest tactics, whatever is currently happening is having an effect.
That actually does not look like City Hall now.
No, that's the police HQ.
Quarters, yeah.
Yeah. Looks like they're getting set up to do a moving march. And So that building off to the left in this shot is the police HQ. And this entrance is not the entrance that is typically used by personnel or anything. This is the entrance that is used for media and live shots and announcements. Some pretty good helicopter coverage there. Some citizens last night, just want to briefly comment on some citizens last night were, quote unquote, defending the Target in South Philly. So I'm of a lot of minds about this. The citizens in South Philly have every right to gather peacefully and say whatever they want. That's part of what's being fought over here. Unfortunately, they just didn't clue in onto the fact that the message that is trying to be wrought by folks protesting and rioting is a message that people need to be able to say what they need to say. I don't quite. My instant reaction last night was arrest them all. They're violating curfew. That's because it's what they managed to say by standing there and blockading the Target is that the folks out here protesting for civil rights have a point. They didn't get arrested. They were a large group of mostly visibly white men. They were mostly Italian American neighborhood natives, but
for those who did not see this footage, police were present and in close proximity and did not interfere with them at all throughout this.
Right. And police were present several times throughout the day because they were asked to leave by the police repeatedly. They were informed. So in protest terms, that is being informed that your protest is not legitimate, and that it constitutes an illegal gathering. And being ordered to leave.
They weren't there protesting, though, were they? I thought they were there to supposedly protect the Target, right? So they weren't really protesting, were they?
Right, but
I would not call that a protest either. Yes.
I'm sorry?
And I don't think they were trying to protect it from the protesters. I think they were trying to protect it from the rioters. And I think one issue that I have is that there needs to be a clear distinction between rioters and looters. I mean, rioters and looters and protesters.
Well,
right.
So I mean, like we've been over this a couple of different ways on this feed a couple of times, but my personal politics is that rioting and looting is in fact peaceful protest. In as far as
protesting, I can see how you could say it might be protesting, but I don't see how it's peaceful.
Well, okay, so I say it's peaceful just because I consider protest and speech to be peaceful until a person is physically or mentally injured. In as much as far as my walkabout yesterday and the businesses that I saw targeted by vandals and by looters were mostly large corporate entities. Yeah, there's the aspect of it which I don't think was people speaking or rioting or protesting, which is there were some local sneaker shops that were cleared out and locally owned. Just a couple of locally owned things were cleared out, but they were of a very specific type. Well, hello, News Chopper. And yes, you're going to get people that take advantage of a situation like this to do what they would want to do anyway. And I think that's what you had in those cases. You didn't have people speaking. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's a dangerous road to begin to try to separate out individual motivations and interests within the context of a larger protest, as though they are somehow not of a part with the protest. The fact that they've gained the opportunity to do something that they might not otherwise do, and that it breaks laws or otherwise inconveniences us economically, regardless of their personal political motivations or whether they're motivated by material need or material desire, I think they are still part of that protest, part of this protest. The specifics of this protest are to demand justice for George Floyd, whose body was signaled to be less important than property. And I think that's very often the main component of more visible and disruptive protest. And in that context, destruction of property and expropriation of goods, even by people who are supposedly non-political, becomes a political act.
Fair. It does become political at that point. And so what I was getting at, though, is the fact that the speech, most of the speech, and if you're going to take vandalism as a form of speech, and it is, I would doubt anybody would say that somebody tagging something with a piece of graffiti isn't trying to communicate a message. So the speech was very targeted, for the most part, to large corporations. And Target was one of those corporations that was being targeted, not to be glib about it, but... and yes, the guys standing in front of Target were, in fact, counter-protesting, whether they considered it a protest or a protective action or whatever you want to call it. They are not the police, so any speech that they were making would be considered a protest action.
Okay, so
I think bringing
you're
it
saying
back
that, are you looking at them as maybe a third piece of the puzzle? So if we have protesters that are trying to get their voice heard, looters that are trying to get their voice heard, we now also have these groups of people that are also trying to have their voice heard. Is that what you're trying to say?
Absolutely.
Do you mean the people outside of the Target try to protect it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
I tend to be with Rob on that. I mean, it's having just said that it's very difficult to make separations within the context of a protest of who is and who isn't part of that protest. I think that that line between whether you are disrupting or upholding the status quo is pretty key here. These people showing up specifically to protect material goods against what they saw as an outside threat to their community, and repeatedly referred to it in those terms. We're not going to let them take South Philly. They won't take our streets.
Yeah, and so that's where it comes into what Rob is saying, that it is a speech. It is an additional protest. And
I'm saying the opposite of that, to be clear.
I know you're saying the opposite of that. I'm arguing with you.
Sure.
I'm
But
saying
I'm not trying to argue with anybody. I'm just curious about everyone's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I'm arguing with Gil. I'm more than happy to say I'm arguing. um,
I think, I mean, I think it's good to have conversations.
I'm an argumentative person. It's okay. So Gil's point saying that it's not a protest. I'm saying it is a protest, but they're saying they're. Unfortunately, the leaders of that protest, the guy that was on Facebook and streaming, had a very muddled message, and that's what you get when you have somebody speaking that hasn't really thought about what they're saying. Probably like me right now, but his message was very muddled. But the parts that were alarming were that he kept couching it in terms of us and they. They won't take back our streets. They won't take our neighborhood. Well, who exactly is our? I live here. Is it not my neighborhood because I'm not an Italian dude? Is it not my neighborhood because I'm brown?
We've lost our video feed. Do you know if that
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay.
What constitutes our in this particular case?
I think what he was referring to, my perspective, is that the they were the looters, and the our would be the community surrounding the target, I guess.
The problem with that line of thinking is that his particular words have been are an echo of words that are spoken by leaders of racist movements in South Philly. There's some very specifically targeted racists in South Philly who are anti-black, anti-immigrant, and very classist as well. They're very they are very anti-poor, very anti-disadvantaged, and it's worrisome. That's why it's alarming to me. The sentiment echoed by that speech, by them being there in front of the target. They're echoing a sentiment. Now, admittedly, the guy on camera was able to articulate his beliefs that run counter to that racism. But I don't know.
I think maybe he was just feeling similar ways that you are to, from his side around what the looters might present to his neighborhood. I can see how you can feel that way about his sentiments coming from South Philadelphia. Something tells me he felt the same sort of concern or fear, or I don't know what the right word is there, but for his neighborhood as well. Which is why I, was asking your perspective around, if you consider him a protester or consider his speech just as important. So if peaceful protests that are happening are speech, that is important, and looting is speech, that is important, then standing in front of a Target store, is that also speech that's important?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It has a strong message. Yeah. I think.
So what if he was standing in front of the Target with an AR-15?
I think it's still a message.
It also sent a strong message. Yeah.
It's still a message. I don't know necessarily that I agree with the message.
There's a long history of armed protest, and I don't think it's a protest that we should be leaving unresponded to. I mean, first of all, in the context of the current moment, I think if we're going to call it a protest at all, probably the best way to frame it is as a counter-protest. It is a counter-protest against the larger protests for George Floyd in the various ways that they're manifesting. it should be pointed out that this man at one point on camera last night said that he believed Chauvin was a monster who smirked while he murdered that man and should be getting the death penalty. That's pretty typical response from conservatives who aren't able to separate out individual actions from systemic ones.
Said who should receive that?
Chauvin, the officer who kneeled.
Okay. That's what I thought you said.
So this guy wasn't counter-protesting a call for justice in specific, but he was counter-protesting the larger messages.
Well, was he counter-protesting the protesters, or was he counter-protesting the looters?
He was. So
I think there's, in actuality or in his perception, I think is.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Good point.
In actuality, he was countering the protest message in general, which I don't think he realized that's what his form of counter protest was doing.
I thought you just said that he stated that he wanted the officer to receive the death penalty. So would that be in alignment or against the protesters themselves? Not necessarily the looters, but
I mean,
it's in sort of a. Oh, go ahead, James.
I'm sorry. In my opinion, that is not in alignment with the protests. The protests aren't about whether or not George Floyd died. They're not about whether or not George Floyd was murdered by Officer Chauvin. The protests are about seeking a change to the justice system in general, and the protests are about the ability of a police department to lock down an entire city, as they did Philadelphia last night. The ability for them to block public access to their scanners. I mean, that's FCC error. What say do they have over whether or not somebody accesses that information? These are all systemic ways in which the police have traditionally enforced their power over regular people. And I always like to remind folks at this point in a conversation about this that police are in fact civilians. They have no more legal right to do anything than any other citizen of the country does. They are endowed with very specific powers of arrest by the courts, by a judge, and other than that, they exist as civilians. So, I always like to bring that into the gun control debate, because to me, I'm perfectly fine with banning guns just so long as you ban them from literally everyone in the country, including police, including the military outside of active on-base duty. The military also, interestingly, has been being angled to be able to respond to protests throughout the last few days, and that's getting pretty scary. So the military, the U.S. military, isn't allowed to be used as a police force. It's not allowed to be used on U.S. soil against people who live here. So
this strikes me as something of an originalist interpretation that it ignores a lot of successive special privileges given to the police, qualified immunity, but both explicit and implicit.
Well, so all of those
So that
privileges.
what they should be based on an original interpretation of the law versus what they are worth separating out.
Yeah, all of those privileges have been. By the way, I am streaming a multi-stream of coverage from New York, Cincinnati, Minneapolis, and DC on the other screen until I can find some live coverage of Philadelphia still ongoing. So all
You're
these
speaking to though is the greater issue of the police state, not just the police.
right.
I mean, we're in a state now where it's a police state. I mean, I don't know how much it's played into it, but I have to imagine to some extent, you know, the country's been on lockdown now for over 2 months, and you know that's kind of somewhat of a police state action. So, you know, it's not just the police as a whole; it's government as a whole, and you know, even something as silly as we're here in Pennsylvania, something as silly as the quote unquote mask law. It's not a law; it's a recommendation by a health official. It's a recommendation that's supported by the governor, but not a law. And you know, that's where you know that's just the beginnings of an overarching, or maybe a systemic example of the overarching issue of more of a police state. So, you know, the police overreaching their rights and duties by kneeling on a man's neck is a horrid example of you know what we have been dealing with over the past 2 months of just overreaching rights and responsibilities of governing bodies.
Well, so
I would say that the larger impulse to lockdown for COVID, while in coordination with what absolutely is an authoritarian state, is a deference to expertise, and that's worth distinguishing. But that's in no way stopping an already accelerating authoritarian state from taking advantage of this lockdown in order to put into place to use powers that it's going to continue to use after.
Absolutely, just like how we can't travel the same way we did prior to 9/11. And it's the same thing as what you were saying a minute ago with regards to the police scanner, right? You're absolutely right. That's public airway. So what rights, and I don't know that they used any kind of a power or law, but they used influence, right? If they ask the service provider to stop broadcasting it, that's not necessarily a court order where they're using their rights, but they're using their influence. And it's a similar issue, right? It's an overreaching aspect of their influence. The problem is that the service provider who takes those feeds and broadcasts them over the internet obliged, right? So they said, okay, Mr. Police Officer, Commissioner, you asked me to do this, I'll do it. And it's the same problem as, you know, okay, Mr. Health Official, you'll ask me to put on this mask when I go into a store, and I'll do it. Or in some states, you can't even go outside without a mask.
well,
So, you know, these are all overreaching, not necessarily law enforced, you know, created by even the corrupt government that we have, laws. They're overreaching influences by officials.
here's what I would say about the difference between so there's multiple things that I'd like to respond to about this line of thinking. The first being, even though the police had every advantage in this and ability to enforce what could easily be considered unconstitutional orders, they variously chose not to. So the separation of powers there ostensibly worked.
Help me understand what are you talking about specifically? I'm lost a little bit.
So in several places, even just here in Pennsylvania, sheriff's departments and local PD refused to enforce the governor's order. Now, counter to your argument that is not law, governor's orders under the auspices of health, medical emergencies, health emergencies, and states of
Emergencies
emergency.
as a whole, right? Public
Huh?
safety.
States of
Public
emergency,
safety.
yeah, yeah. And there was a declared state of emergency, so then governor's orders do become law, and they become enforceable as law.
So then, by that right, then it's okay that they turned off the police scanner.
No,
Well, it's the
because
same
there was
thing.
no
If there's
Talking
an
governor.
about are we
emergency.
talking about legality or are we talking about social benefit harm here? When we're talking about the masks, for instance, there's a direct and immediate social benefit to have it to masking up, and communities. As personally as an anarchist, yes, I would agree that authoritarian measures are not the best way to enforce anything, but communities absolutely do have a right to start to take action and draw direct consequences to people who are endangering them by being outside without a mask.
Well, I mean, that's a matter of opinion. Right?
So
I mean,
no,
because
this
No, it's a matter of
this-
expert. No, it's a matter of expertise, and I want to be.
No,
pretty
it's not. It's not
firm
even a
about
matter
that.
of that. It's
Yeah.
not a matter of opinion or expertise. What this plays into is the second point that I wanted to address, which is that the rights and duties of a government, especially ours, the first duty of a government, any government, is to protect the citizens of that
Right.
of that state. So issuing health orders is the way in which the government chose to protect the citizens.
And that would be the
And-
same thing with the scanner, right? They're
they're
using
not
that excuse.
protecting
I'm not
anybody.
defending them, by the way. I'm just saying that they're using that excuse to say, well, it's a matter of public safety, because if the looters
Sure.
can know where the police are, then they're going to avoid the police and therefore destroy property and endanger life, and that's a public safety issue. So they're using the same argument, the public safety argument, to turn off the scanners as they are to tell you to wear a mask. And I'm not saying I agree or disagree with either one of them. I'm just stating that, we have to be careful because we can't support one without supporting the other.
I understand what you're saying, and there's a lot that is sold under the auspices of protecting public safety, which is problematic in and of itself. It's always problematic to try and determine what is actually public safety versus what is bullshit, for lack of a better term. But yeah, they're complex questions, and there's a reason why. So this is where people say, oh, we should just throw all the politicians away. Well, there's actually a reason why politicians exist as a profession, and why lawyers exist as a profession, and this is probably part of it, which is all these questions need to be thought about for a long ass time in any given situation. We're not going to come up with the answers on a half hour of Zoom chat. But interesting. They've now knocked off SEPTA Transit Police Dispatch as well. I guess because
I would agree with you, James, as far as saying that preserving the role of mediator and philosopher in this society and narrator, storyteller in this society are important. But I'm not much of a reformist, so I don't know about holding those particular roles in this society as it's built. Do we have anything from Philly?
Not right now. I don't see anything.
Any helicopters up right now or no?
No. I've been refreshing Periscope to see, but I have not seen anything live in Periscope, and I haven't. Our citizen journalists have not joined us as of yet. Let's see if I can poke them on Facebook and see if anybody's willing to join. Yeah. Currently we have Lewiston, DC, Minneapolis, and New York live. Minneapolis, it seems like in Minneapolis the police are allowing protests to happen as the protesters desire, and not worrying about it, not worrying about anything other than interesting. Sorry, I got a notification that one citizen reporter went live from Salisbury, Pennsylvania. Apparently, there's a protest right now. So much chatter there. All right, so yeah,
You have an emulator to be able to pull up like cell phone footage, like if you were to go on to Snapchat or anything like that.
I'm pulling it up. Yeah, if you have links to something, you can just send them to me in the chat or via Facebook Messenger, and I can pull them up because I can pull them up on my computer.
Okay, I didn't know if you had that access. I haven't seen anything. I was just curious. I'll look around.
Okay. So yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, Minneapolis. It seems like they're not blocking people from protesting.
National Guard photo from about 18 minutes ago of National Guard directly behind the police line, armed with assault rifles.
Yeah, that was there at City Hall last I saw.
It's unfortunate that it's this difficult to find.
National Guard has confirmed they are using live rounds for, quote, riot control.
Why? So there were deaths because of the National Guard in, what was it, Houston last
Just sent you sorry to interrupt. I just sent you a link through the Facebook Messenger, something you might want to play.
Okay. What city was that, Gil? Do you know?
Which, Louisville? There was a death last night?
Apparently, supposedly somebody, this 10 people died, Rob? Southwest.
Yeah.
At any rate, so yeah, in Louisville, nobody was using guns during any of the days of protest. Yeah, I don't want to send this out over my feed, Rob. That's horrifying. So yeah, Rob just brought to our attention that there was an attack. Is this Southwest Philly?
Yep.
Yeah, there was an attack of people in Southwest Philly. What the hell happened? I do not want to show this video just because it's very gruesome. And again shows the violence to black and brown bodies. But this is right along the area where I usually recommend people get their windows replaced if they get broken.
Apparently it was a vehicle ran over a bunch of people.
For any particular reason?
haven't found that yet. I'm still looking.
Chris, who is helping us moderate, but I don't think he signed on with us,
Yeah.
just posted that, if we hadn't heard already, the second independent autopsy has concluded that George Floyd died via mechanical asphyxiation and has ruled the death a homicide.
Yeah, well, that was known, right?
No, the first
I
coroner...
know. I'm glad that the independent autopsy came out.
Yeah, the first
I've
coroner...
spent 15 years as a paramedic, so my perspective on what might have happened there, good to see that second autopsy came through and said something about asphyxiation, but where that cop's knee was also right on the carotid artery, which is a massive blood vessel that goes to your brain. If you cut that off for too long, not only will you pass out, but you'll also die. So could have been the carotid artery being pinched too hard, cutting off blood flow to his brain, or also crushing of the windpipe, stopping oxygenation.
So I have no idea what this event was in Southwest, but it doesn't look as though it was protest related. If anybody has any information on this, feel free to
Yeah,
get in
I'm still
touch.
digging it up.
This is about an hour ago. This was posted.
You put the audio on, you might hear a little bit more.
People dead on the street. Oh my God. What happened? Fucking Tahoe was speeding from that way, flipped over, and went on top of the flag.
So I'll turn on the, actually I can't, because I can't hear the scanner while I'm in this meeting. The other thing you might want to do is pull up the Philadelphia EMS scanner. If they talk about this, if they respond or get dispatched, I can decipher it for us.
That would be south, right?
Yeah, if there's the South EMS, yeah.
So this is South Fire. I'll play.
Is there the South EMS one on there as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull them both up.
Like they ran over a bunch of people and then the car flipped.
I mean, this was an hour ago. I would guess that they've already been dispatched. Yeah,
I'm watching. I'm reading comments on the original thread,
and
it doesn't say that nobody's commented that anybody's arrived yet. I got to imagine that as well.
One. Bill.
You turn it on, I can decipher.
Affirmative, thank you.
well, there's a lot of insane stuff going on today.
I don't know that that's 10 fatalities. Maybe 10 people were injured.
I don't know that his count is correct at all.
26,
Three.
Medic 31. 26, B, proceed. Medic 31. Great, do you have a message for us?
Have you heard updates from the
That's a
people
negative,
you're expecting to get coverage from?
Affirmative.
No.
Medic 13.
FBI warns rioters will face federal charges. Interesting. .
every step taken to further criminalize and punish these protests is a mandate for more people to get on the street and join and make those punishments impossible.
Yeah, like I've said, you know, it doesn't really matter what your politics are. At some point, this doesn't come down to politics. This is about whether or not you have the right to express yourself, or if you're actually living under the auspices of somebody else's care. It's unfortunate that that's, you know, what it's come down
21.
to.
21. Checking your status. You can go.
Discussion between protesters and Philly police. Alright, let's see what this is about.
Engine 29.
Engine 29.
611 East Road. I make $28 an hour. Guys, I got my bill.
Sorry about the quality of the audio.
I'll
It's
send you my
really
bill.
hard to hear.
You what? My bill. You bill for what? You'll see it in the mail.
Alright. Guess Kristen got tired of that.
I have a news story of that incident. I'll send it to you now.
Okay. 17. You said 17th? Rob?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You said 17?
No, I have. I just sent you a link to the news story for the incident I sent you earlier about the vehicle.
2 children killed, 3 hurt. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know, the news is qualifying it as a crash, so maybe somebody lost control or something of their vehicle.
Hard to know.
There was a heat map on Periscope, and I can no longer find it.
$34.
Well, occasionally you'll hear the EMS and fire breaking in.
Engine 34. Affirmative. City company responded 2802 Poplar Street, proceeding at reduced speed. Company responded 2802 Poplar Street, proceeding at reduced speed. Company is reminded to operate on South High South Tech 1.
Engine 45.
Engine 45.
1045 available.
Affirmative. Attention medic 27, 2430 South Alder Street, medic
Just
27,
sent you a
2460
Twitch
South
stream,
Alder
a Twitch stream that has a number of videos on it as well. Not sure if you
Engine
know these
34.
at all, but there's some videos.
Yeah, I have a similar thing running. It's not running on the screen that you guys can see. It's running on my other screen.
For Rico. Company responded 2802 Poplar Street with exception to 34 Rico.
2430 South Boulder.
Affirmative. Company for medical alert.
It's the EMS and fire dispatch
39B.
Christy, medic 39B.
are a little
Class
bit
3 to Temple.
more coded.
Affirmative.
And I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing it from your side, so
Sorry,
that's why
I
I'm
said that
probably not able to pick it up.
Phone 60.
EMS and fire dispatch are a little bit more coded and less plain information.
Phone 60 available.
Affirmative. Attention medic 1,
I can hear you
1227
okay. It's
Manchester Street,
the
medic 1,
audio stream behind you. I
1227
can't really hear it. For
Manchester
some
Street,
reason, when I'm
operator
on the Zoom, I can't stream it at the same time. It's all of my other audio feeds have been cut off.
25.
I could maybe call into the call via my phone.
25.
That might be better, so I can check things.
Miles recall from back over South Medic. We're available.
Okay.
Affirmative.
I don't think I have this one set up for phone chat though, but you can dial into the Zoom from your cell phone.
I can also just turn the scanner on from my cell phone as well. It's easier to do it that way.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna stop the scanner feeds because they're difficult to follow. The EMS and fire scanners are difficult to follow.
I'll tell you if I hear anything that's pertinent.
Yeah.
I was also listening to the Montgomery County scanner because there are some parts of Montgomery County that touch Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Philly's citywide feed is pretty.
Going to be down until tomorrow, they said.
It's it's pretty interesting. There's a lot that they say over that scanner feed that is just kind of you wouldn't think somebody would say stuff like that. It's interesting looking through all this footage. The people that are just life goes on, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. Here's some positive news reinforcement, I guess you would call it, from Sean Welsh a video of police officers taking a knee with protesters at City Hall. So, I don't know what to say about these things. Some folks have said things along the lines of, and then 3 hours later, they were assaulting us. Possibly not the same officers, possibly not the same expression on either side of that interaction 3 hours later. I know Gil and I have
Chris, 2 officers in Atlanta fired for excessive force arrests.
today.
Yes, seems that way. I haven't verified. Okay, now.
Also, interestingly, I don't know who of you follows my Twitter feed, but Sandra asked if there are any ACLU lawyers present at the protests, and yes, there are a lot of ACLU lawyers who are very interested and engaged and present at the protests. They may not. Be
No, not today.
they may not be very immediately apparent. I will say that there are regularly Twitter posts about numbers to call in case of unlawful arrest at protests. The number in Philadelphia is 484-758-0388. And I believe that is the Philadelphia ACLU. I can reverse search it just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. That is the Up Against the Law arrest hotline, which is a group of lawyers and activists that work directly against illegal arrest and wrongful arrest.
They are awesome.
They are awesome, and feel free to donate to them.
In fact, I will find a donation.
Yeah, so I was saying I don't know how many of you follow my Twitter feed, but on my Twitter. I post a lot of similar things to Facebook, but I do actually manage my Twitter separately as well and interact directly with Twitter. So it ends up being a little bit different from time to time. Let's see, there was a tweet that I wanted to reference. Oh, so there's this argument going around about, whether signs of solidarity from police should be honored. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Gil? I'm interested in your thoughts on this. From your perspective,
On
whether signs of solidarity from police are legitimate, like if
God, no. Frankly, I have even mixed feelings about things like systemic signs of solidarity, like arrests. They need to happen, but they are basically an attempt to signal a reform that isn't going to come. On the back of some minimal punishment of a few quote bad actors in order to sort of ritually sacrifice and separate those out and pretend that they aren't representative of the police force as a whole. And the superficial shows of solidarity on the street where people are doing things like joining protests and kneeling are absolutely a Hearts and Minds campaign. I was starting to my mother actually sent me a link to a couple of them the other day, and I responded that I thought that they were kind of a dangerous and misleading tactic to de-escalate protesters without actually acceding to any of their demands. And then within that the next day, stories started to come out that around the country, police officers have joined and kneeled with protesters, and then within minutes left the photo opportunity, and the protesters were tear gassed in case there were any doubt whatsoever that these are disingenuous shows. So those are my thoughts.
Rob, did you have any thoughts on it?
I didn't see that story about the tear gas following. That would be terrible. I had been paying attention to Houston. The chief of police there um, seems to be doing some of this. And I mean, my initial reaction, obviously, I hadn't seen any stories about that being followed up by tear gas. Um, was that he's I believe the chief of police in Houston is a black gentleman, and I was happy to see him doing that. I don't know that I would expect anything to change, whether it be policy or protests stopping, but I don't know.
From
I'd
Chris,
like to see.
Fox 29 has live helicopter footage right now.
Oh, good. I think that what I keep looking for is signs of people coming together. I'm the kind of person that's always trying to find the positive. There's very, very little of that these days, but I like to try and find the positive. Do you guys see the story that came out of? See, I don't like media bias. I think I might have told you, James. I have a background in film and television. I spent about 5 years working in television news as a photojournalist. And one of the reasons why I left that industry is because there was media bias. I witnessed it. They asked me to participate in it in not very direct ways, but ultimately direct ways, and it made me sick. And I'm 45 now, so this was a long time ago, mid to late 90s, and I hate it. I couldn't stand it. So there's a huge issue of media bias. It has been for a very long time. But I think
Can you be specific as to?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you a couple of
bias?
stories. I mean, I'll give you the one that I think the one that first really made me the most sick. I worked I'm from here in Philadelphia, but I went to Charleston, South Carolina in '95, and I ended up working for both ABC and NBC affiliates there as a photojournalist. And the very first time the media bias really smacked me in the face. So a little bit of minor background. I think I told you I have some experience working as a paramedic as well. I was actually the youngest EMT in the state of Pennsylvania in 1991 at 16 years old. So I spent a lot of time working in EMS and trying to be on the positive side of things, right? People needed help. I was the one that was there that came to help them. And so then when I was working in television media, I was asked one day to go cover a story on Megan's Law. Megan's Law is the law that was enacted to basically require child predators to register their location with local law enforcement. And it's a publicly available thing, so you can. That's how even today you can look up in your neighborhood and see where the sexual predators are. And so I was asked to go do a story to go into a neighborhood where there were people's addresses of child predators. Now remember, this is maybe '97, so the internet wasn't at all what it is today. So you're going off of paper lists at that point. So we got a hold of this list, and way back then, a lot of times, believe it or not, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but photojournalists don't go with reporters a lot of the times. They go, we hold the camera, we hold the microphone, we conduct interviews and get sound bites, which a reporter then voices over later. So I was asked to do this, and I went to the first house, and I said, who I am and what station I was with, and I asked if they would get on camera to talk about these things. And the first thing that I would say is, okay, so do you know that Mr. Smith, that your neighbor is a sexual predator? And the people's reactions were obvious. I mean, what would you say if somebody said that your neighbor was a sexual predator? And they would say, wait a minute, Mr. Jones, there's no way, he's such a nice guy. And I would say, well, according to this paper right here, and they would look at the paper and it would say Mr. Stevens or Mr. Smith, right? Completely wrong person. The addresses were wrong. Everything was wrong. But yet when I got back to the station, even though I said, which ones were clearly wrong, most of them, by the way, were wrong, they went with the most sensationalized response. And so that's a direct example of media bias, right? These addresses were wrong. You're showing people on TV say a response to a neighbor who, in a small town like Charleston, people are going to know who that person is. Maybe not everybody, but some will.
On screen right now, there is a video on the feed right now. There's a video from, I don't believe this person is a local, but they're a citizen journalist who's riding an Indigo bike. And this procession of cars that you see here is headed by a National Guard armored personnel carrier, MRAP. And there's several police SUVs. They're moving very slowly. I don't quite understand the point of the police demonstration here. Well, there's the problem with having citizen journalist video is that sometimes it's not very good. So yeah, for some reason there's a procession moving, it looks to me like westbound on Market Street, of police and military vehicles.
I think this person is intentionally trying to avoid catching people's faces.
I don't think so.
They're just lucky?
Yeah, they're just really bad. I'm going to switch momentarily from that video to, this is, I believe, news feed coverage of the same protest, but this is a protest march. But this is also live coverage. Yeah. My sister just sent me something. Breaking moments ago, posted, oh, that's posted a couple days ago. My sister sent me a link to a video from Camden, from when the protests broke into riotous activity, from a couple days ago. Hey Gil, did you find the link to that group that we were talking about?
Up Against the Law?
Yeah.
I can give you the general link. I don't see information on their page specific to donation, but they do have a lot of great resources on protecting yourself and others during protests. And
I have their general page.
Yeah. I heard you give their number. I didn't hear if you gave their website.
It's just upagainstthelaw.org.
I do remember recently seeing a call for like a funding source for them, but I'm not seeing it on their site. I wonder if they took it down in order to get funds more towards bail funds.
It's interesting. Rob. You're not the first person I've heard stories of media bias from, who worked in the media. I briefly flirted with becoming a member of the formal news media, but then I failed journalism class. Because I have a horrible time trying to organize my writing into journalistic style.
Yeah, it's very prevalent, and you know what the worst part is? It's I did never find that it was political per se, which is obviously what politicians and political people want you to believe. I believe it's more just for the sensationalism. There's a saying, not even a joke, I'm sure you've all heard it, if it bleeds, it leads. The more dramatic, the more viewership, the more ratings, the more revenue. And that's how it works. If you think about it, in each market, of each of the three stations, one is going to be a little bit more, one's going to cover more dramatic topics more often. So in Philadelphia, that's Channel 6.
Yeah.
That's why they're such a success, right? They cover fire and murders and, things that are as dramatic as they can find, because if it leads, it leads. So I don't necessarily think that it's always politically motivated as much as, some people might want you to believe.
Well, it's
I think it's
political in
more
its
just
effect.
sensationalized.
Favoring sensationalism over any kind of actual cohesive and socially responsible narrative is political in its effect, even if it's an abdication of some kind of. It's not an intentional political act, but it's absolutely an overtly political act.
Oh, absolutely, yes. It's just I don't know that it comes from a political motivation. The motivation is money.
But I think most of the harm currently being opposed by these protests could be argued to be supported by a mass of people without a political motivation beyond the maintenance of their own comfort and material security at the expense of life and dignity of, in particular, Black people in this country. And so when you're choosing to make money by gathering as many viewers as possible rather than risking your viewership with any kind of actual statement, that becomes political.
Yeah, I agree. And the problem is that, people with political motivations always want to utilize as much as they can, manipulate as much as they can for their own cause. This is, this being one of them. I think that the majority of people agree that what's going on or what happened is disgusting. The problem is that people then want to create, political arguments about it and make it an us versus them when we're all human beings, and any human being that saw what happened to that man would be absolutely disgusted.
Yeah. So I'm interested. Everyone I talk to at length about, and so right now on the screen for folks that are watching, this is North Broad to the right, just north of City Hall, and to the left is the area just south of the City Services Building, in front of the Rizzo statue. The coverage on the right is the news reporter Kristen, I forget her last name right at the moment, Kristen Johnson, and the coverage on the left is a independent journalist from I believe they live in Philadelphia. This is just a YouTube stream that is going out right now. The interesting thing about this discussion, whenever I get into it, is people. I've never had this discussion with fellow Black and brown people. This doesn't. We don't get to this conversation, and not for any reason, I think, other than us as Black and brown people, we have a different answer. But what you're talking about, the othering and folks wanting it to quote unquote become political, is interesting to me, because every time I get to this discussion with anyone, it becomes the go-to is always quote unquote tribalism, that humans are tribal, and therefore that's why this always becomes things become political. I don't know that don't agree with that. I don't agree that this is something baked into the human condition, that we become tribal, that we try and represent us and them all the time. I think there are plenty of examples of humans working together across any sort of dividing line that you could put over top of them.
People in power are the ones that want us to be arguing with each other. That's why. If we keep us busy arguing, we pay no attention to the bullshit that they do.
Again, that's still couched in terms of them and us. Are there people in power, quote unquote? Yeah, there are people in power there, and they work towards maintaining that power. The question, I guess, then becomes about mobility. Is it possible? Is power mobile? Is it possible for somebody to become powerful that was not?
Yes. The problem is that power corrupts.
And property.
Property corrupts?
Yes.
Explain.
Well, I mean, they're not disconnected, right? In this country, they're practically the same thing.
Money?
The desire to protect and maintain one's supposedly individual belongings, rather than viewing the world outside of yourself as belonging to itself or belonging to community, seems to have kind of an inevitable track towards hoarding resources. I mean, in this country in particular, I'm not going to. I could go on and on about capitalism and anti-capitalist ideology, but I want to get back to the protest a little bit.
This guy is talking directly to a police officer, and I want to hear what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
Well, there you have it. Well, there you have it. Perspective from a Philadelphia police officer. Perspective from your name again, sir? Donnell Jones. Donnell Jones from North Philadelphia. I came up to them and they were a dialogue. There are thousands of people walking on North Broad Street right now, and that's a great thing to see. But this was great to see also. Dialogue between officers right here on the front lines. If you see Pennsylvania National Guard, who were called up right behind them. So hopefully we see more of this. We saw a lot of the looting. We saw a lot of pain. But now we're seeing this, a little bit of hope. So I'm glad I stumbled upon that. Guys, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Well, there you got it. Great to see. Little dialogue. At least it's a start, right? Something we haven't seen a little bit in. That protest continues to make its way North Broad Street. I'm going to sign off for now. I got to regroup. Get myself.
Anyway, that was interesting. I don't know that the dialogue between an individual officer and an individual protester is going to help much.
No. Check the comments.
Check YouTube comments.
Man is in custody, surrounded by police bicycle perimeter. Police appear to be making arrests. Altercation between police and couple protesters right now on the Fox 29th Street. If anybody so much as stubs their toe, Fox 29 will catch that. Speaking of sensationalism, but looks like police came out and surrounded someone.
Hey Chris, when you get the chance, text me that helicopter feed you're watching. I don't seem to be able to find it. It's usually on Periscope. I'm surprised I'm not able to find it, but... So the city is giving a live briefing. I'm going to rebroadcast that out on the stream with sound.
Don't necessarily work, and we have to be even more strategic in how we do that. And as a result, that requires far more resources that we've ever had to use before. So with that, when you hear us talk about resources, it's because they know that they're trying to utilize our resources where historically we would put them in one centralized place, whether it's in a major city or some historic part of the city. It's now dispersed all over the city in an attempt to splinter off and to get us to pay our attention in different places. So it appears as though we have less resources and we're outnumbered. That's what happened on Saturday when it went from peaceful to disruptive last night. The reality is there's only so much that we can do with what we had. We had more bodies yesterday, but there's very specific resources that are needed to not only make sure we address, one, that we can get there safely, two, that we can get there and address the issue and make enforcement, make arrests as needed. But once those buildings are left insecure, we also need resources to come in and stay there. And what happened yesterday is that we were there, we addressed it, and then we could only stay for so long and we had to leave, and then it rekindled all over again. So in answer to your question, resources is about resources. And having the ability to get ahead of what's happening. I think we will be there. We'll get better. I think we get better with time, but it changes each and every day. So we can Monday morning quarterback all day, but you never know what you're going to get. There's no crystal ball.
I've only got video on some of the feeds.
Have you been able to identify any groups? Obviously, it's very early at this point that may have coordinated some of these arson fires on at least Saturday. I know Sunday was more in the neighborhoods and seemed more spontaneous.
It's still too early to tell, but I will say in an attempt to do that, and not even necessarily groups, we are attempting to work with our partners to identify specific individuals who might be known agitators to incite these to incite riots within these groups. So there's a lot of work behind the scenes going on as well as investigations-wise.
Yeah, please do. Can't seem to find
video.
I think anyone who says we have control of an unknown situation is just flat out arrogant. We don't know what we're going to be dealing with, and it continues to unfold each and every day. We don't know what we have until we get there. So all we can do is be as prepared as we can. And like I said, the more resources that we have, the better prepared we'll be. Pat, you had a question?
Well, she keeps harping on resources because we're about to have this budget fight.
Yes.
We're not, I'll just put this out there, we're not protecting a statue. We are there to maintain the core of the city. It's the MSB building. It's where all the city functions and operations are. We forget that we still have to operate as a city. There's a lot of important information in there, a lot of critical infrastructure. And so while optically it looks like we're protecting a statue, and if you notice, you are protecting a statue, outlaw. We're protecting the facility itself.
No, you're not protecting the facility itself. You protected the facility itself the day before yesterday. They didn't touch the facility.
Where it's a high-end district shopping, that's like the area where you're going to have really looting stores. That's a prime location. And why you maybe didn't have an increased police presence.
I addressed that yesterday. This is the last time I'm going to talk about it. I would have liked to have been a little bit more prepared than we were. As time progressed, it got better. We're on a different day. Today is Monday. Like I said, it's changing as continued resources continue to come in. I can't live in Saturday. All we can do is debrief after each incident, make sure we continue to build upon what we've learned, and replicate what we know works well.
One more for the commissioner. Were there any no response zones over the weekend?
What do you mean by a no response zone?
Some cities have no response zones where if you called 911, police were not able to go there because
No, I would never label anything as a no response zone. Now we would have had slower response times after an inability to get there as soon as the call was dispatched. But we made it to, I believe, every call we were dispatched to, not necessarily in the amount of time that we'd have liked to gotten there.
Mayor, is the city entering the yellow phase on Friday?
Well, we're scheduled to enter it. Certainly things have happened in the meantime that have created some obstacles to doing that. I can't announce right now that we're not, but if you look at all we're tied up with, pandemic, depression, civil unrest, and election, there's only so much energy and resources that we have. So I'm not saying no, but I'm not saying yes either.
Can you fill us in about what conversations you had with the governor?
Yeah, I mean, the governor's helpful and wants to be helpful and makes an effort to be helpful and is asking for what we need. And we told him, as the commissioner said, resources. We need bodies. We need people. And what happens is that, you know, we get this cooperation agreement, and we have people come in, say, from Delaware County or from Montgomery County, and then while they're here, something blows over there, and they got to pull back and go over there. I mean, it's really frustrating and difficult to follow all this around. And yesterday, for example, as I said, 52nd and Chestnut. I mean, if we had moved any of those folks away from there, the rest of the officers there would have been overwhelmed, overrun, and they were doing their best to hold on as it is. I mean, these are people that are destroying cars, setting cars on fire, throwing bricks at police officers, throwing chemicals in people's face. It's an ugly bunch, and we're doing our best.
And it's
to
not
do that.
all
And,
people that are doing that kind of thing.
The commissioner did mention
But,
the volume of calls. I think it's 3,000 or so.
What Mayor Kenny is failing to mention is the dozens, possibly hundreds of people who were arrested for doing nothing more than what's shown on the right-hand side of the screen here with people marching down Vine Street. You know, I was witness to the aftermath of it yesterday at 7th and Chestnut. At 7th and Chestnut, they arrested hundreds of people for not doing anything, and broke up a peaceful march just because it wasn't in the eye of folks, you know, who could see it. So I guess we got to live fact check all of our public officials now. This is frustrating.
It's a political press conference. And that shows you what he cares about the city and about the state. And I'm surprised Pat Toomey can find Philadelphia, frankly, because he doesn't do much for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and I want to provide a few quick updates. Our staff and I met a short time ago.
From the top of the press conference, I'll stick with it until.
Our staff and I met a short time ago with Governor Wolf to review the response to the past 2 days and look ahead to the next few days. I thank the governor for the mutual assistance that the Commonwealth has provided to the city of Philadelphia. This has included the assistance of the state police and the National Guard, who are providing crucial support to the men and women of the Philadelphia Police Department. The governor and I also discussed tomorrow's primary election. We asked for the state's assistance in making sure our polling places were secure. We also asked for an extension of the deadline for mail-in ballots. With our residents under curfew tonight and potentially tomorrow, these actions are appropriate and much needed. Our office, along with the Managing Director's Office, Police Department, and the Office of Emergency Management, have been working with the city commissioners to monitor the ongoing situations impacting the primary. Joining in that work has been the Pennsylvania Department of State and PEMA. The Emergency Operations Center already planned to
Appropriate. Notice he says that the actions are appropriate because of the institution of curfews. Now the curfew justifies itself.
like to thank Lewis for giving us this footage, and if Lewis would like to be acknowledged on screen by anything other than Lewis, feel free to type in the chat whatever you'd like us to put up on screen for you. Looks like he lost connection there. So that is video from what this helicopter shot is also showing us. At any rate, as I said yesterday, I was down there on the ground. A little late for everything, which is fine. It means I didn't get arrested, but personally witnessed the tactics of, I don't know if these are tactics of Commissioner Outlaw or if they are just tactics of the response unit that was handling the protests yesterday. The main protest, which you may have seen on my stream yesterday, marching north on Broad and then being turned right on Race Street, or Arch Street. They turned right on Arch Street, were allowed to march past Philadelphia Police HQ, which is at 6th and Arch, and then the main body of the protest was turned down 7th Street and they were allowed to continue marching through to 7th and Chestnut, which is right next to the Liberty Bell. And just past there, there's an area that is surrounded by high-rises. Nothing can be seen and on the ground from the air, and they seem to use that opportunity to conduct mass arrests. As I was approaching the scene, several badged reporters from corporate news media outlets were walking the other way, and I interacted with them and told them that there were coming over the scanner planned mass arrests at 6th Street. And they said, yeah, we have some people on the ground there, but we're going somewhere else. They didn't actually have any representatives of their outlets at the planned mass arrest location, but that planned mass arrest did go through. What's interesting, if you watch back my live stream from yesterday, is that over the scanner, the bus following the protest, which I had just mentioned in my live feed and Gil commented on, had come over the citywide scanner and asked if they would be allowed to go ahead of the crowd to 6th and Chestnut, because they knew that they were going to do arrests at 6th and Chestnut. And this is not a direct quote, but you can watch back the feed for the direct quote. They knew that there were going to be arrests at 6th and Chestnut, and that's what they were there for. And they didn't want to have to drive through the crowd to get to the arrest location. So, very clearly, the tactic here is to allow protest marches to go the way that the police want them to go, and then guide them to an area and then stop them and arrest them. That's not freedom of speech. That's not allowing protests. You can't arrest nonviolent protesters. I mean, at some point, I know Gil's voice is in my head here, saying you need to not make a distinction between violent and nonviolent protest. And as I said,
actually, I mean, if you to touch on that, and also on something I've been thinking about our earlier discussion about these protectors of Target, the South Philly Alamo, as Chris pointed out that it had been called.
Yeah.
That if we're having trouble distinguishing between whether or not something like that is a protest, because does it uphold or does it demand something from the status quo, then it also points to kind of the weakness and uselessness of protest on its own as a motivator of change. One is barely distinguishable from the other as long as they are standing and yelling, except what they're yelling about, which, while entirely the point, still seems to somehow be very difficult to distinguish for an outside audience. And there shouldn't be an outside audience. Everyone is affected, but people view themselves as an outside audience. People who have not been politicized enough to understand the exploitation on which their comfort rests, or who choose to sit in it. I'm getting off topic, but the indistinguishability on the surface of these two diametrically opposed protests points to the need for additional action in order to differentiate yourself and demand change. And so going back to your differentiation between both violent and nonviolent protests.
So very clearly here from the helicopter footage, the police are attempting to block off Vine Street, or is that just blocking off the Express? No, that's Vine Street. The police are attempting to block off Vine Street. I can't tell. Because then the crowd can go on to the expressway and block the expressway. So the march is apparently attempting to gain access to 676, which isn't shut down today. Not exactly certain why it's not shut down today, but the Philadelphia police have created a bike barricade here. Several of the marchers are going around that bike barricade on the lawn of whatever business that is to gain access to 676 and block it there. Some of the marchers are just creating a picket line here, which, I mean, you're not going to get through. Very interesting. I'm sorry. I'm analyzing these tactics from a critical point of view rather than from a participant point of view. Looks like the Philly police are trying to create a second bike line to back the first bike line. Marchers are already on 676, though, successfully blocking traffic. I'm correct in that's 676.
Yeah, marchers are just flowing around the police line now.
Yeah, is that 676? I'm pretty sure that is. I could be wrong.
And now police view themselves as surrounded. You'll notice that they've created a second line facing the other direction, even though no one is trying to go back that way.
I believe that's just a second backup line to...
I specifically saw them turn to face the protesters who had passed them, but then the camera zoomed out, so I can't confirm that. But yeah, protesters have now taken 676.
Looks like some folks are getting out of their cars to, and there appears to be a sit-in protest here along 676. Hopefully this, yes, Chris says it is 676. Hopefully this doesn't result in any injuries or near fatalities like yesterday's highway protests.
Hopefully it doesn't result in attempted murder by a vehicular operator, you mean?
Yes.
Or an assault by police?
No, it's going to definitely turn into an assault by police. For whatever reason, this tactic of protest gets more response than almost any other tactic of protests in existence. Shutting down highways for some reason, and I don't quite understand it. The
true god of America is infrastructure.
Yeah, it's so yeah, infrastructure and economy, I guess, because this tactic is as effective, if not more effective, than looting and vandalism. This will, I guarantee you, not last very long.
In effective in garnering an immediate, in provoking an immediate response.
Yeah. This will not last very long. And I'm not exactly certain why 676 isn't close.
Well, I think it's important you mentioned, speaking as a critic and not a participant, I think it's important to mention that this is happening now, and that this is specifically an area which is bypassing a lot of barriers, and it is completely possible for more people to continue to show up and join.
Yes.
This will last as long as...
this will not last as a free...
last as long as more people continue to join it.
This will not last as a free exercise of speech.
And unopposed action.
Yeah.
Yes.
This will not last as an unopposed action of speech for very long, is what I'm saying. This will garner response much faster than most methods of protest.
I just want to say I'm really proud of Philadelphia right now.
Yeah, me too. And people hopefully are going to be willing to support this action by joining it.
It's really easy to fall into the same language traps that most media uses. I'm really proud of these people in Philadelphia, these Philadelphians, if they wish to identify themselves that way. But I'm really proud of these people for disrupting this traffic right now. Philadelphia as a whole, as much as it exists as an entity, I'm pretty disappointed in, actually.
It is really easy to fall into the traps of media language because media language is, speaking of media bias, as we were earlier, media language is geared towards, shoot, I shouldn't have, oh, there we go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
I'm reminded that Philadelphia dropped tear gas on West Philly from helicopters last night, and I'm curious to see if they
there is a drone
dare to repeat that tactic in a more...
Sorry, there's a military drone, tail number N878ST, flying over the protest at the moment. There's just an update
height?
From Flight Radar.
That tactic was used in Minneapolis. Part of the drone was flown over the Minneapolis protests earlier this week. We can assume that anytime that's happening, that they are gathering as every piece of identifying surveillance data that they can. And it's worth reminding people that the administration is currently trying to brand all protesters as terrorists by declaring, quote, Antifa as a terrorist organization. So all of these things are very connected right now.
Yeah. So I was saying, as far as media bias, yes, media bias is very prevalent. it is very easy to fall into the trap of saying things in the same words and tone, because media is specifically geared to be easy to consume. It is geared for a 5th grade vocabulary, in fact, which was another reason why I always had trouble in journalism class. I tend to use big words. Sue me. If you use big words in journalism, you tend to be ignored. So many things. Interesting. That's the Philadelphia Free Library right there, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's Philadelphia Free Library. The big building to the top of the screen, slightly to the left and going off screen now. Ooh. Entered advertising time. Can't stop advertising, even in a state of emergency. But yeah, news media is designed to be easy to digest. Therefore, it's easy to fall into those patterns of speech because they're easy to catch on to. Fox News stream broke from the protest to go to coverage of the accident in Southwest.
I'm amused by Chris has messaged me and pointed out that there's a word for attempted murder by an operator of the vehicle.
What's that?
Chris messaged me vehicular homicide. Earlier I was saying, do you mean attempted murder by a vehicular operator?
We're possibly two of the worst people to do live talking over top of any sort of video and try and comment about it, because you come up with new words and ways of saying things, and I just use big words. Oh boy, we gotta drop away from the Fox 29 coverage again. They keep going to useless stuff. I'm sorry I'm not coming up with as much good direct footage as I had hoped.
It's gonna happen sometimes.
Yeah. Unless I'm the one on scene, I can't guarantee anything. And even when I am the one on scene, I can't guarantee anything, I guess. Yeah, nothing on Periscope for Philadelphia live streams. I'm gonna bring on this footage.
Police firing tear gas at protesters on 676. This is a tweet from 12 seconds ago.
Well, that's not surprising.
Oh.
That's probably why the news footage dropped off, not to be pessimistic.
No, I think that is probably exactly why.
So the proper news media, not people like me, have access to this is footage from a citizen reporter and media personality who lives in Center City, of the march as it passed City Hall half an hour ago.
Yet again, I am yet again... Sorry, just having a moment of rage.
So yeah, proper news
Philadelphia
media.
once again shows that it values traffic and Rizzo statues over Black lives. And targets.
Yeah, news media, proper news media has access to scanners still because they have actual hardware scanners. I'm not super geek to police action, so I don't like no issue with people being geeky about police action. Totally respect. I'm just not. It doesn't happen to be one of my things. So I don't have a physical scanner, but these airwaves are public. The reason it's called a scanner is because it's based on a piece of hardware that scans various radio frequencies, and let me see if I can get Gwen to come on. Sorry, I am having trouble multitasking. So yeah, big words make Chris scared. I'm sorry, Chris. So I'm gonna see if I can get this citizen journalist to come on to our live chat, so I can give you an update from locally. Hopefully she'll join. So Gwen is in the middle of the protest march. She posted from 676. And as you saw on the helicopter feed, right after they took 676, they broke off to continue up 676. So, there's some helicopter coverage from Fox. Bring that on the screen. The helicopter noise here, by the way, is pretty obnoxious, but this is a live footage of a couple of canisters that were tear gas canisters that were thrown down by it looks like by those bike cops that were blocking access to 676, or attempting to block access to 676. Looks like most of 676 has been cleared, but the police are still blocking traffic to avoid any injury to the protesters from anybody else other than them. They are, however, throwing gas canisters down onto 676, which they appear to be trying to also pick up, because it's very easy to start a fire in this brush pile. That officer is appearing to try and guide people down onto the highway and off the exit ramp. Perhaps waving at them with something other than a tear gas canister would get them to listen to your orders. It's like waving at somebody with a gun. So those are clouds of tear gas and or smoke coming up from the angle that was just shown a moment ago by Fox. Seems to still be quite a crowd. Randomly arresting somebody. And they appear to be trying to take his cell phone from him. Any thoughts, Gil?
Only that this is unsurprising and horrifying at the same time. Philadelphia continues to take every opportunity to escalate violence. Rather than allow traffic to be blocked for even an hour.
Like I said,
they have fired chemical weapons, military-grade chemical weapons, on citizens, people who deserve better than this. And every single one of these police needs to be fired and held accountable. Philadelphia needs to divest itself from militarized and organized policing entirely. The FOP should be abolished. Police are not workers.
By the way, FOP is the acronym for Fraternal Order of Police, headed in this particular city by a man named McNesby, who should have been fired and barred from public political action decades ago. Notice that the police officers are carelessly throwing people's bicycles. In the city of Philadelphia, a bicycle is often a person's only means of transportation. They're throwing their bicycles...
And livelihood.
Huh?
And livelihood.
And livelihood. They're carelessly throwing these bicycles down the hill, while you see there in frame a moment ago a blue Indigo bike. Indigo is a company that rents bicycles for a modest fee. And they are not throwing that bike carelessly down the hill. I expect that they will carefully retrieve the Indigo bike. Yes, thank you for carefully retrieving the Indigo bike, and gently place it on the ground on the highway.
Property over lives.
Yeah. By the way, all these folks that are currently under arrest did not do anything that warrants arrest. They are not in a place that it is illegal to be. They are on the embankment of the highway. If you broke down on the highway, you're allowed to be on the embankment. There's no reason that you are not allowed to be on the embankment, because you have to be able to be on the embankment. More tear gas canisters are being fired and thrown, seemingly rather carelessly.
And in close proximity to people who have now been detained and bound, so that they have no way to protect themselves from that tear gas.
Yeah.
They're intentionally tear gassing the people they just arrested. There's nothing else makes sense here.
Yeah. So also tear gas going into that bit of brush there is highly dangerous, because it's easy to start a brush fire.
Mm-hmm.
So they
are they intentionally spraying that?
Well, at least that officer was nice enough to take that tear gas canister out from underneath the kid's face. Maybe there's one less officer we need to line up against the wall. Yeah, so for all the folks that keep saying 99.999% of officers are just good guys, no. Sorry. These folks did not break any laws. They're not where they're not supposed to be. They're not doing anything illegal. Yet they're being bound with zip ties. They've been hounded into a corner. And they're being arrested for nothing more than being easy to catch. So watching footage like this makes me have a visceral reaction. I have a visceral reaction when I'm on scene at something like this as well. My initial reaction obviously isn't the measured and reasonable reaction that I should have. Yeah, no, Chris, those are not smoke bombs. Philly PD doesn't use smoke bombs. Chris just said Fox is reporting that those are smoke bombs, not tear gas. PPD does not use smoke bombs. Also, smoke bombs generate smoke that stays in the air and stays low to the ground. It's cold. It does not disperse. It's designed to obscure the battlefield. And make it difficult for people to see what's going on, to cause confusion.
We've also got reports from people on the ground that it's tear gas.
Yeah. So
police, I'm seeing a report that police are now also attempting to kettle around the art museum.
Okay, well, the Fox coverage went to more advertising. Too bad I don't have enough money for a drone or a helicopter of my own. I don't know if folks on the ground are having trouble getting through via streaming. It's possible. But as we learned yesterday, this T-Mobile and other cell phone operators are passing location data back to the Philly PD directly. They're not even, it's not even like they have like some special application or something. Yes, I understand you weren't suggesting it, Chris. I just wanted to refute that in no uncertain terms. That is definitely not smoke bombs. Bullshit news reporting. Yeah. So, what a day. Gonna keep poking at various feeds and see if I can find other people live streaming. Live streaming events may also be being deranked by various outlets because they don't really like live streams being used for this purpose. Channels. Not seeing much on Twitch. Twitch is a rather odd outlet for me, to be quite honest. The only thing I have been using it for is just another possible place to stream my content so that there's yet another backup of my content out there. Here's some more Fox coverage. I will continue to see if I can develop more sources as this continues. A friend shared a tweet with me. I'll share it with all of you. It is relevant, as he said. There is a free webinar, Digital Security for Activists, Thursday, June 4th. From 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. You can register online, bit.ly/digital_security_activists. It is very relevant for all of us. I'm not the best at digital security, so I'll probably get shut down one day. Fox is actively switching tone of
We're all
cover.
learning all the time.
What's that?
We're all learning all the time.
Yeah.
We'll get better at it.
Fox is so I have some folks listening to the Fox News coverage. Fox is apparently actively switching to condemning the looters. So what this is in news media terms is guilt by association. They're butting one image right up against the other to tell their narrative without stating it. In this case, they're butting the image of peaceful protesters being illegally arrested up against the admittedly illegal actions of protesters looting businesses. That's how they sell you a narrative. That's how they get you to condemn people for expressing themselves through illegal actions by pushing the illegal actions up against the legal actions. And then by extension, they get you to condemn those that are conducting protests that are entirely composed of legal actions and get you to fall away from questioning the authority of the police in this matter. It's just, I hate it. I sound like a a conspiracy nut. I sound like some whack job. How do you point out the insanity of all of this? These systems that these systems do exist. This isn't something that we made up. This isn't something that's imagined or a thought experiment. This is systemic racism, systemic muting of the voice of citizens. Here we have all the illegally arrested protesters being marched onto a bus.
Which is a closed environment during a pandemic.
They're taking the illegally arrested protesters' belongings as they put them on the bus, including their masks.
During a pandemic.
So that could be considered chemical warfare and now biological warfare.
Yeah, I would second that.
So, I mean, this is when very powerful people are trying to sell you on the idea of not. Oh, look, the lottery. Whew, so many things butting up against each other. My God. So when powerful people try and sell you on the idea of not being members of the International Court, what is the International Court? Most people know that as The Hague. The Hague is where the international community prosecuted the crimes of World War II, amongst other subsequent crimes deemed as so vile that they broached the trust of every nation. So if we participated in the International Court, all of these officers, their commanding officers, the mayor, the city council, the governor, lieutenant governor, everybody in the chain of command, creating these conditions could easily be brought to The Hague for charges. Could easily be ruled as chemical and biological warfare. These are the kinds of things that actual Nazis did in World War II. Fox and ABC are saying a small quote-unquote group blocked 676. They are not acknowledging the thousands of others who were previously on the highway. Well, they showed us live footage of it. So, you know, so I don't have a problem with the news media as a general rule. Like I don't have I'm not a crazy person who says, you know, like the media are scum or anything like that. My position is that the media are an arm.
Important to separate out the media from journalism and journalists, I think. Yeah.
No, I believe in all media being a separate arm of the government.
I just mean in the ways that because of the ways that the language is co-opted and used. But sure, okay.
Well, I mean, because I don't think there is a distinction between, say, Popular Science magazine and the Wall Street Journal.
I think corporate ownership makes a pretty huge difference in the kind of stories that are covered and the ways that they're covered.
Yes, no, that's that. Yeah, sure. Those are all vastly different. The stories that they cover, that they're willing to cover, but that's all editorial voice. Just like me as a production company, I choose to approach topics that deal with equality, social equality, civil rights, and I choose in theater to only approach those from sci-fi or noir narrative. Yeah, we know there. So just as that is the case. Oh, we put the bouncy head. No. Sorry, I had to get rid of the Fox video coverage for a second there again, because we're going to put the affable black lady on screen, nodding her head along with what her folks at the news desk are saying, so that she can cut to footage again covering damage, not really damage, but covering preparations to prevent damage at the shopping area at the other end of the Market Frankfurt line. What was it? 60th? Anyway. Yeah. So, I was saying, I approach this in theater only from a noir perspective or a sci-fi perspective, or a combination of the two. I don't approach it in any other way, and that's my editorial voice. I believe that sci-fi is one of the best ways to approach civil rights in existence. So that's how I choose to approach it. I don't know. All media is part of the same system. We all talk. Do you remember, Gil, the I forget what play they were reimagining, but it got critically tanked in New York off Broadway, I believe, because it was. And there were a couple of protesters and hecklers, because it was basically the story of Julius Caesar, but they costume designed and makeup designed so that it was apparent that it was about the current administration.
Is that here in Philly?
No, that was in New York.
Oh, New York. Sorry, I'm watching feeds at the same time. Yes, you did say that it was in New York. Yeah, I vaguely remembered that, but my mind isn't focused enough to come up with details about it right now. I'm a little fixed on trying to find what's happening on 76. Are you seeing any footage right now from anybody? ABC, Fox?
From D-Art. D-Art suggested that I go to 6 ABC, so I've gone over to that coverage. Fuck. I'm going to go to that coverage on the other computer so we don't have to listen to the whine of the rotor blades.
Yeah, they're intentionally another confirmation that people being arrested are being searched and filmed individually, very much as a intimidation tactic. But it's more than an intimidation tactic when you place them in conditions that are designed to maximize their chances of dying.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, it's a very effective intimidation tactic, I should say. It shows that they're willing to actually follow through on their threats. Something to remember for anyone who wants to really make an impression.
So, what more to say about that? Quite some footage there. 6. Okay, well, that ended quickly. Let's see if I can find their live coverages again. So, yeah, one thing to consider in all of this is that, yeah, these are actual literal war crimes being committed live on screen in Philadelphia on June the 1st in the year 2020. Yeah.
Another tweet, Philly SWAT was absolutely brutalizing folks with shields and batons after kettling them on 676 off-ramp hill, firing a lot of tear gas into non-protesters parked in traffic.
Yeah.
That was not someone on the scene. That was another observer.
I would love to, yeah, I wish I could get a hold of some of these folks that are with this group. Gwen has not responded. Let's see if I have her number. Yeah, thanks, Chris. I'm on that. Big conflict on the Parkway. Yeah, that's kind of what we were watching. All right, let's turn this coverage on. Apparently, at the head of some of the march coming down the Art Museum Parkway. So the march has started going from City Hall towards the Art Museum Parkway. And it looks like a small group of bike cops are trying to blockade the Art Museum Parkway. Not exactly certain why marchers are stopping for this small line of bicycle officers. Doesn't seem like something that makes much sense to stop for them. Gonna see if I have. I wonder if Yuki's gonna break down on screen today. Chopper 6 is back to being live? No. Yeah. Let's see here. Top of my Philadelphia feed is still reporter Sean Walsh. Sean Walsh's video of the protesters, the police taking a knee with protesters. I will reiterate, as they were retweeted from a number of activists, the numbers to call in case of unlawful arrests at protests in Philadelphia. That's 484-758-0388. That's 484-758-0388. I don't have the scanners today. I know that as of yesterday, the 22nd ran out of space to process people. So they were splitting people up to multiple precincts based on gender. This is a reminder also. I will remind everybody that if they're at a protest and they are near or with a gender nonconformist person, that as a cis person, you should strongly consider doing whatever you can to either get that person out of police custody or get arrested with them to protect them. Same thing goes for people of color, but people of color in police systems throughout the United States do have internal mechanisms of protection, whereas gender non-conforming people don't exactly have folks that are willing to protect them throughout the process.
And are at much greater risk of being targeted by violence while in custody.
Yes. Chopper's not live again yet. Yeah, it's even amazing. So, City Hall, or not, Twitter is usually a relatively fast response mechanism in protest and news. Oddly, almost all of the coverage is still the folks that took a knee. Looks like there's a journalist, citizen journalist named Blake. Oh, Blake. Who is doing some coverage. I'm not exactly happy to share you guys his screen, but I will. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Let me see if I can find it on my other computer. Just I can pull it all on at the same time. Oh, the news chopper is live again. And I will bring this one over. Let's see if I can find Blake's feed again. History. Blake has quite an interesting Twitter handle. It is Jews for Andrew Yang.
What?
It's so problematic! The audio that you're hearing, Joe, that you can't see unless you're the video of, unless you're looking at one of my other feeds.
I'm looking at your Periscope, I see it.
What's that?
Is it on your Periscope?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
So this is apparently live footage directly from the protests. which just dropped because apparently they did some sort of action that was going to drive everyone away. So let's see if we can see this again.
I'd like to see confirmations of whether I've seen some confusing reports suggesting some of the tear gas dropped on the highway today was in fact from helicopters.
I'm sorry?
I've seen some reports that some of the tear gas dropped on the highway today was in fact from helicopters, but I'm not clear on whether that's actually a confusion with the actual dropping of tear gas on protesters from helicopters yesterday in West Philly.
Yeah,
both.
none of the helicopters were below the news choppers, so I don't think so.
Seems like that person's conflating the two things then.
Yeah, it looks like from the chopper footage that they have created a new picket line just south of Vine Street and are blocking about 100 protesters from getting to 676. This area that they're showing on the screen now is the area where they corralled a bunch of protesters. They could have just let them march down 676. There's no benefit to what they're currently doing. They have 676 now closed for probably 3 or 4 times the amount of time that the protesters would have been on 676 because they were actively marching. Yes, there was a group that sat down for a few minutes. They were actively marching, however. So I never understand state actions in hindsight. I guess it's a little bit of Monday morning quarterbacking, as Commissioner Outlaw said. Whatever. I'm a dude on a YouTube channel. I guess I'm allowed to Monday morning quarterback. Also, I'm sure everybody got it. I got it. But there was a text message that went out about 3 p.m. today that the curfew today starts at 6 p.m. and goes to 6 a.m. Tomorrow. If you are out after 6 p.m., you are liable to be arrested for no other reason than being somewhere other than your abode. You are allowed to seek medical care during the curfew. You're also allowed to seek the help of police or other emergency services. And you are allowed to go to any place of business as a workplace that was deemed an essential business by the COVID closure order.
Well, most of those businesses have been closed by the curfew.
Yeah, I don't know why the cross chatter on that one, but if you read the curfew order, it says that you're allowed to go to a place of business that's considered an essential business. I guess that's how they got around. They more easily got around saying and did not. They did not want to have the problems that some other cities have had with their curfews. Ordering the media to follow a curfew is illegal, is highly illegal. Will get your curfew ruled unconstitutional and possibly get you some jail time in certain places. But yeah, so some places had a problem with that yesterday, creating a curfew. I'm sure they'll be more careful today. Philadelphia did a pretty good job at creating the legal language of their created curfew. I won't say they did a good job at creating the curfew. I don't. There's no actual point to a curfew, like I said on the stream yesterday evening, other than to make literally everybody arrestable. So that it basically lowers the threshold for police interaction to nothing. Is the entire point of it. It creates a zero threshold for police interaction. Normally, police to interact have to have a reasoning, what is that called, Gil? I'm not thinking of it right at the moment. Probable cause. They have to have probable cause to stop you, ask you questions. They can ask you questions in passing. You don't have to answer them. But a curfew creates a zero threshold of probable cause, because if you are outside in any sort of way, you are committing an offense, so that gives them probable cause to stop you, search you, arrest you. They can charge you with a crime. Interestingly, the police have set up it looks like northbound picket line. I think that's looking north. That was the Parkway, and I'm pretty sure that's looking north. Yeah. I can't exactly... So, as you see here, when they create a picket line and the protesters have nothing else to do, they sit down. This is civil disobedience, blocking a highway. Civil disobedience and blocking a highway are completely legal. There has never been a ruling that prohibits protesters from blocking a highway. There's a great thread on Twitter that I reposted to my Facebook. I highly suggest that everybody read it. I also reposted it to my Twitter feed. That is a long thread, well, not even actually super long, a thread by a...
Holy crap, sorry. A friend who works at one of these supermarkets, so I just got sent a link to an opinion piece, which is an article without accountability in the Inquirer, calling for the National Guard to come in and be deployed to protect the city's major grocery stores because of looting in a number of Philadelphia ShopRites owned by Jeff Brown. Who has,
Is that the same guy that owned several grocery stores, and he said that he was closing down one of his grocery stores because of the soda tax?
I don't doubt it. I can check on that now. That certainly sounds believable.
So yeah, so I posted a thread about this morning about the
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's talk about the soda tax. This is a fun one. So I hope you all are enjoying our random chatter about...
The Inquirer was also happy to publish his opinions back then and call him a progressive.
He is not a progressive. He is in no way, shape, or form a progressive. I'm sorry.
Fucking shit.
I just
calling
wanted
for the
to...
National Guard. He's calling for, just to be clear, he's calling for the National Guard to come and protect him from his own goddamn workers.
Yes.
So that his workers can come in and generate profit for him. So, like, just to be clear on why I'm yet again unsurprised but infuriated.
Yeah. So I wanted to touch on the soda tax. The soda tax... the soda tax is one of the more divisive issues of Philadelphia. I've not even personally quite figured out where I stand on it. To me, it is what it is. It exists. Now that it exists, we need to figure out whether it's useful in any sort of way. And from all the reporting that I've seen, it is somewhat useful. The soda tax is, however, not properly assessed and not properly paid for. So the soda tax is supposed to be a tax on sugar. In efforts to protect the public well-being by limiting the personal use of sugar in food and drink, but primarily drink in the form of soda. And it is also supposed to go towards Philly schools, Philly public art projects, and Philly-based pre-K, pre-kindergarten learning efforts. So all analysis so far is that it has been going to these things. There's some counter arguments that are legitimate. One of the counter arguments is that it's a regressive tax, as any tax on goods is. Any tax on goods does not affect the wealthy as much as it affects the poor. So there's that regressive tax argument. I would say that's the only argument I buy into about anti-soda tax arguments. The arguments primarily about the soda tax come from business owners and soda distributors. Soda is very similar to alcohol in almost all of the United States in that consumers don't buy soda directly from the manufacturer of the soda. They go through a tiered system. Consumers buy sodas from stores. Stores buy sodas from distributors. Distributors buy sodas from manufacturers. This is the same system for alcohol. It's very odd that the system is used for both. And I'm sure there's a historical reason why. I'm not exactly certain what that is. So the soda tax is properly levied at the distributorship level. That is appropriate because the soda tax is supposed to limit the amount of sugar. So if you apply the tax at the distributorship level, you're leveraging the tax against the part of the economy that really actually makes the purchase choices. National Guard at City Hall about to fuck people up. Oh, sorry, I'm responding to Chris on Facebook. So they're leveraging the tax against the part of the economy that actually makes the choices. That means that hopefully they would be able to choose to purchase things that don't have sugar in them. If they chose to purchase things that didn't have sugar in them, they don't pay the tax. If they only choose to purchase things that do have sugar in them, they pay a tax. One area where the tax is screwed up is that it is per fluid ounce of beverage. It is not per gram of sugar content or anything like that, which would actually be better. The tax also goes after non-sugar sweeteners, which is legitimate because studies show that non-sugar sweeteners do as much damage to the body as sugar does. Anyway, so early on in the debate,
are you good for on your own for a little while? I need to step away.
Yeah. Early on in the debate,
check in if you get footage or need help.
Yeah, I will. I may head out a little bit later, but I will give you plenty of heads up.
Let me know.
Early on in the soda tax debate, soda distributors got really upset. They basically said that they would no longer be able to make enough money. So they would have to pass the soda taxes down to their purchasers, which are the shops. The shops said that they wouldn't be able to make enough money, so they passed their purchases no problem, Chris. Thank you. They would pass their tax on the soda down to their purchasers, which are you and me, the consumers, which they've done. So what effect did that have? That had the effect of lowering sugar and sugar substitute beverage sales pretty significantly, not super dramatically, but something on the order of 40%. Health boon to all of those of us that live in the sugar tax area. Many people stopped drinking sugary beverages. Great. We should see an overall gain in health to the population, and should be good overall. So a couple of people, in any situation, you're going to have people that are opposed to change. I'm not always opposed to change. I don't usually like it initially, but I'm not always opposed to change. You do have some people who are always opposed to change, however. So along the borders of Philadelphia, there are a lot of places where there's a grocery store maybe half a mile, maybe a mile from city limits. So people from within the city might choose to shop there anyway. But with the soda tax, they've chosen to shop outside the city to get their soda. By the way, if you are a normal household, I looked these numbers up a long time ago. I forget the exact numbers, but somebody can look them up for me and correct me if I'm completely off base. But it is something along these lines. So the average household buys 2.5 liters of soda per grocery store visit. The tax on that amount of beverage is something like $1.50. In order to save $1.50, if they're driving more than an additional, I think it's a quarter of a mile, they spend more money on average in gas and wear and tear to their car. But if you just wanted to talk about gas numbers, average car gets 20 miles to the gallon. You're gonna, anyway, you can do the math. It's not very far where the travel distance vastly offsets the savings of the amount of soda that you're purchasing. So, so people were choosing to avoid the tax by spending more on gas. It wasn't really a significant number of people, but a few people, like Mr. Brown, decided that they would argue against the tax from that perspective, saying that the tax was causing them to go out of business. Now, Mr. Brown's sales numbers are public record. He pays taxes on those sales. And if you look into the sales of that location, they did not fall off by any more than any other store, grocery, or otherwise in Philadelphia because of the sales, because of the sugar tax. Save people a couple $1 million in healthcare costs at the expense of $100,000 per grocery store per year. I don't see the overall loss here. But we get into questions of civil liberty. We get into questions of expression. Is selling soda to somebody free expression? No, not really. It's just a question of what do you want to protect more, and I think more and more all of these questions turn into what do you want to protect more. Are you trying to protect your personal experience? Or are you trying to protect the lives of others? I work as a TD in theater, and one of the primary goals of the technical director is to ensure the safety of everyone.
I'm listening. I'm stepped away because I just couldn't focus anymore. I'm listening to you, and I just
oh yeah,
I just can't get over the calling of owner of multiple stores for police and military to come and protect those sites so that they can be open right now when their workers are predominantly people of color. Is literally asking them to work, and this has been voiced by a friend, asking them to work under the constant threat of being shot. It's been
yeah. No, it is, and
the implications of this are so obvious and filthy in this country.
So there's a bit here that quote unquote good liberals don't understand, and I doubt they ever will. We have folks, in common like Jacqueline, who I guess they can't help themselves but apologize for the actions of the state, for the ignorant actions of others, for the things that they and others do that create violence. in unintentionally. Louisville police chief fired. Ah, nice. So, a bit of breaking news, probably not super breaking, but a bit of breaking news. As of 5:50 p.m., Louisville police chief was fired after the officer body cams were found to be off during the fatal shooting. Well, there's some consequences to your own goddamn actions.
Yeah.
So, anyway, back on to apologists. Apologists have always existed. Thank you, Chris, by the way, for that breaking news. Apologists have always existed. And
just to say the name of the person who was shot, it was David McAtee. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but Louisville business owner, fixture of the community. If people need to believe that specifics of someone's humanity matter for keeping them from being shot by police. But yeah, the person in Louisville that we're talking about that was shot by police with the body cameras off during a protest was David McAtee.
And these protests were partially in response to the same Justice for Floyd movement, but also Louisville had the death of Breonna Taylor. So these protests were in response to the death of Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor was a 26-year-old black woman, and she was killed in her home in March by Louisville police when they served a no-knock warrant against an alleged drug case. No-knock warrants, in case you don't know, have a very high rate of failure. They have a very high rate of being the wrong address. And they have a very, very, very high rate of wrongful death. There is some argument wending its way through the courts trying to get folks to take it to the Supreme Court and get no-knock warrants completely banned. Anyway, Breonna was shot and killed while sleeping on her couch. She did not present a threat. Yeah. People have successfully executed SWATs using the no-knock warrant laws. SWATs, if you don't know, are where people intentionally weaponize the police against people that they don't like. And that ties back into apologists. Apologists weaponize the police against people that they claim to like. They tend to make excuses for the police and police actions and things that the police do. They tend to get their supposed friends and people that they support into positions where they can easily or will be shot and or killed. This isn't hyperbole. I'm not just going off on a random idea here. This is provable history.
This is basic reality.
Basic reality. There's apparently looting in Southwest, a separate protest on Broad and Spring Garden, and the main protest is moving from 22nd to Spring Garden, according to a source on the ground, headed towards City Hall. Well, be safe out there. Again, if any folks on the ground or if anyone knows any folks on the ground and can get them in touch via video chat, I would love to have a local perspective on the information. We have a video chat number available. I can pass it on via text message, or any of the private messaging systems on any of the streams that I'm currently streaming. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for liking. Thank you for subscribing. If you're subscribing on YouTube or Twitch or Periscope. I know I'm doing a lot of talking. It's just, I think it's important to talk about these things and to elucidate some sort of perspective on them. Man sticks. So
The police.
this is apparently reportedly video from last night. I don't necessarily have provenance on this video, so I apologize in advance if later this is found not to be accurate to last night. But I'm doing my best.
The police.
That's what y'all get. That's what y'all. Ooh, don't get that. Don't hit him with that fucking stick, yo. Oh my goodness, get your fucking. Oh my God, get your. No! Please stop! What the? Back up! No! I can't breathe!
So, citizen journalists witnessing things all over the time, all over the place. Here's some Fox coverage of the protesters being escorted onto a bus. Yeah. Let's see if the Chopper 6 footage is not back live yet. Thank you, Michelle, for retweeting my coverage. I really appreciate it. And let's see if Fox 29. It's back to Atlanta officers were fired last night also for using excessive force.
Attempt for the departments to distance themselves from the executors of their core policy.
Yes. I mean, to be fair, I would say that one of the goals of at least a portion of the protesters is to get rid of bad police officers. And certainly, if a police officer is exercising excessive force against folks, that we would hope that the police department there would take care of that in some sort of way. Here is a citizen reporter with video from the Rizzo statue, I guess? No, this looks like from the Parkway from the ground.
Don't spray it, buddy!
Driving the wrong way up a one-way street. I mean, that's just cock on the table showing force. That's all that is.
Things look top heavy.
MRAPs?
Yeah.
They have a couple inch armor underneath.
Just to balance it out.
Yeah. Yeah, anyone who would like to comment or
If you're not able to see the caption on this video, it says, "Imagine this in a city that once bombed protesters from a helicopter." Sorry to interrupt.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was reading out the caption on that video. This from a city that once bombed protesters from a helicopter, in case anyone couldn't see it.
Yeah, it talked about the Move bombing. I'm sure. You know what always amazes me is how many people haven't heard of the Move bombing. Here's another video. This is a closer angle from that further angle where it ended when everybody started moving. That's why everybody started moving, because an officer just randomly started spraying people with pepper spray. A bunch of people not doing anything. Officer, you don't get to spray them with pepper spray. When are we gonna... These are not non-damaging
Jesus fucking Christ.
Pieces of gear. They're not... People suffer injury when that happens.
Don't point an officer at anything you're not willing to destroy.
Yeah. You know,
don't put anything in their hands that you don't expect them to use. Every single thing that they are carrying on the streets, we should fully expect they are going to deploy.
Here's tear gas footage from under the overpass.
Up to and including live rounds.
Yeah, that's the one problem with the live round report that I'm concerned about. They should not be carrying. So, you know, I don't know what to say about a piece of video like that. I get viscerally angry. And I immediately go to the thinking that that's one dude on a very high spot who could easily get taken out at the knees. It's probably not an appropriate thought. Oh.
That's what they're telling you right now, isn't it? Only appropriate thoughts.
Here's state police armed with M16s, which I assume have live rounds because they don't make rubber rounds for M16s. Ally, they're getting in front of the person of color. Very appropriate. Yeah. Oh, this guy was with the group that went up the embankment. I guess he got away from the embankment. I'm just basically scrolling through Jeff Nyberg's Twitter thread on the about the protests. So let's see.
How are we supposed to leave and keep going still?
And then here's being arrested. Sorry, locked myself out of my computer. Happens more often than you would think. On the Parkway, current scene.
You're only good at digital security against yourself.
What's that?
Said you're only good at digital security against yourself.
Oh yeah. So we see here an MRAP positioned. Apparently, it was out of the helicopter shot. We're see when the helicopter shots keep focus on certain images. It's kind of disconcerting that they have that kind of time. More pepper spray. I would immediately... So, it was the duty of every other officer on that scene to immediately arrest that officer every cop in that scene was a bad cop. So this is all the 20-second footage that we saw from the helicopter.
Who do you serve? Who do you protect? 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 Who do you serve? Who do you serve? Who do you
If you was in a uniform, hello, officer. How are you? Would you kneel with us if you wasn't in that uniform? All right. Hello, Officer Jones. How are you? Would you kneel with us if you wasn't in that uniform right now, sir? All right, no.
So yeah, some interesting stuff going on as far as that's all concerned. Let's see if I can get in touch with this gent. He seems to still be on the ground. He apparently works for the News Journal of Delaware online. Okay. Let's see if any other coverage has picked back up. No, does not look like it. Any thoughts, Gil?
Only pure, unadulterated fury.
That's right. Oh, yes. Interesting. I don't know when this shot was from. It must have been from yesterday morning. There's a shot on Twitter from a designer that I've recently added of the Rizzo statue without graffiti, but also without the police presence in front of it. I don't... why would... I mean, it's a dumb... No. Yeah, Chris, you can join in on the Zoom conversation, absolutely. It's probably a dumb question. But why wouldn't reporters push back against Outlaw's supposition that they're protecting the building? I mean, there's vast video evidence that they're protecting the statue. And media has been looking, news media, reportage has been looking for a way to corner Outlaw on several things over the past few weeks, why not just corner her on a simple, stupid statement that she's making publicly that is, on the face of it, inaccurate? There's a video here of how low the police helicopter was flying over the scene. Not super interesting. It looks like about 300 feet in the air. That's not low enough to accurately throw tear gas grenades. It's a pretty hard throw. It's pretty hard to be accurate with, rather. Let's see if we can find some more footage for you all. There's some Chopper 4 footage. Nope, it is not live. Chopper 6 has not finished refueling yet, it looks like. Yeah. So I've scheduled to keep covering this until 8 p.m. Again, would super appreciate any people on the ground willing to get in touch via Zoom. More than happy to feature your first-hand account and send it out to all the folks that are watching on various streams on various channels right now. Of course, right now they're sitting and looking at my stupid face. Currently on police scanners, all police scanners are still offline. If anybody has a hardware scanner and is willing to call in and let us listen to the hardware scanner, more than happy to take that additional coverage. 7 minutes ago, WHYY reporter arrested while covering Philadelphia.
This is again? This is another time?
No, this is updated at 10:20 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, right. Okay.
A WHYY reporter was one of at least a dozen people arrested during a relatively small protest that started in front of the PPD HQ in Old City. Avi Wolfman-Arendt said he identified himself to police as a journalist while covering the demonstration. Interesting. Okay. So, this is why Philadelphia is a small world. I broached this topic a little bit earlier. Oh, no, that was a different journalist. Sorry. There's a lawyer slash journalist, Ari Weil. He posted a really good thread on the countless cases of brutality towards protesters and highlighted the specific tactic, vehicle ramming, and how it took hold in the American far right, mainstream conservatism, and law enforcement over the last 5 years. In case you don't know, I was rammed by a vehicle during a counter protest a couple of weeks ago, drug across an intersection. It was a very public incident. It was covered on several news stations, in several newspapers. And even though I filed a police report, that police report has not been followed up on. I was threatened by a police officer with retaliation for giving any extra details to the police report that I filed. I had the driver's license plate number because he threatened to come after me and do me physical harm. He threatened to track me down and track my address down. Most of my information is pretty public. It's really easy to track most people down in the world. The only advantage that I have in this particular case is that I have a relatively common first and last name. There's something like 500,000 James Jacksons in the Philadelphia area. That being said, he did threaten to track me down. So I took a picture of his license plate. This was after he ran me over and drugged me through an intersection. He is connected to a particular family, and so his family connections have connections at City Hall. His mother is an employee of City Hall, and that means that her license plate for some reason doesn't exist in the DMV records. And so I was sent all this information by anonymous donors. I did not go seeking this information. I didn't investigate further myself. I just was sent all this information by people concerned for my well-being, and concerned that this person who clearly ran somebody down in an intersection get justice. All that information was given to me after I filed my police report, because I filed my police report on scene. And when I called to update the police report, the officer refused to come to the phone. He could not be found. He was supposedly given my number via text message and asked to call me back. Another officer threatened me and said that if I let them know who the driver was, that officer would personally give my information to the driver of the vehicle so that they could put me up on a private criminal complaint for vandalism. And I said, that's all fine and well and good. Feel free to do that. I still want to add my information to the case. His response was that he wasn't going to take the information, and that then he hung up on me after calling me a few other choice words. There's a question as to whether or not the incident was racially motivated. I'm a very visibly not white person. Most people have trouble identifying what ethnicity I am. That's fine. They all know rather quickly that I'm not white. And when they have trouble identifying what ethnicity I am, they know I'm not white. So the person who is driving has a history of posting things that are white pride in origin, and supporting white pride and white nationalism movements and pieces of literature. And there's very little question that he himself is racist. He claims not to be racist, yet he supports all these white nationalist things. And the Philadelphia police have basically refused to prosecute the case, refused to investigate the case. They don't control prosecutions, but I did contact the DA's office. They informed me that I would need to get the case investigated. I don't know how I, as a private citizen, am supposed to do that exactly, but still working on it. I do have some other things in the works that should see some results, hopefully. Anyway, apparently, and I didn't realize this was quite as much of a thing as it is, but Ari wrote up a bit of information that the incidence of vehicle rammings are increasing amongst those groups of people that I previously mentioned. The American far right, mainstream conservatism, and U.S. law enforcement. It happened at the No DAPL rally. It happened in Charlottesville, very famous for the death of a protester. Let's see. Also happened several times in street blocking protests by Black Lives Matter. In January 15th in Minneapolis, St. Paul, in July 2016 in Ferguson and Southern Illinois, and in January 2017 in Nashville. In one July 2016 case, the driver got out, shouted, "All lives matter, not blacks, all lives," and then drove into the protesters. The right began creating memes to celebrate these individuals. And for an example, Fox Daily Caller video of several VRAs in January 2017, Mike Rouse wrote, "Study the technique. It may prove useful in the next 4 years." Fox News and Daily Caller deleted the post after that. But it was up for a while. Yay. Historian at Limerick 1914 cataloged several of these incidents in frightening posts at the time, run them over, became a meme in right-wing circles online. One of the most disturbing reactions to BLM protests are homicidal run them over comments. These comments were made on 6ABC and Inquirer posts about the incident I was involved in. If allies are available, I'm just breaking away from this line of thought for a second. If allies are available, anybody watching this or anybody who knows somebody personally on the ground that is a responsible individual, that I don't know how to not broadcast this, Chris, so I'm just going to broadcast it.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I mean, if not, it's just going to end up in police custody anyway, so.
Yeah, so the police have taken the discarded bicycles up to the sidewalk and abandoned them on the sidewalk. I assume they're abandoning them there with the hopes that somebody will steal them, because if the proper procedure would be for them to take the bicycles to the precinct, impound them, catalog their serial numbers, and give them back to people as property claims if they have the correct serial number. So if any allies or people on the ground are available to go retrieve those bicycles,
22nd and Vine should be around about where they're at.
Yeah, and if somebody does that as a result of this broadcast and is willing to let me know, I will be happy to give your information privately to anybody who is looking for their bicycle. To go back to the vehicle ramming incidents,
I am physically stepping away for a while.
Okay. In February 2017, a Santa Fe police sergeant and president of the local police union shared the cartoon Splatter meme on his personal Facebook. And I believe he lost his job due to that. Then elected officials began further encouraging these attacks by attempting to legalize them. See the table below for 6 states where bills proposed to provide protections to drivers who ran into protesters. Luckily, none were passed into law. Those states were North Dakota, Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, Rhode Island, and Texas. Rhode Island actually doesn't surprise me. So, anytime there's a vehicle ramming incident or a showdown between vehicles and protesters, there's always a body of people that calls for the death of the protesters, or, as in my case, counter-protesters. I don't know where people get this idea that this is a good idea. Like, why they think wishing for somebody's death just because they happen to be saying something that they don't like is a good idea. But it seems to be pretty popular. Anyway, that's that story. I don't seem to be able to find any current video coverage. Are you finding anything, Chris? Chris? Oh, he is not paying attention. Sorry. Yeah, I don't seem to be able to find any current video coverage. Looking around on the internets. Haven't heard from folks that said they might be able to join us earlier. Let me just check in with a couple of those folks. Just checking in with a few folks. Sorry.
Hey, James, if you're interested right now, Donald Trump is issuing a statement.
Yeah, I see him walking away from the podium. I try to not hear his voice as much as possible. I'm sure I'll read about the statement in a couple of minutes.
We must never give in to anger or hate.
Yeah.
Today, with firm resolve and with a true and passionate love for our
Where are you watching on? I'm looking at it on Fox, and he's already done.
Thank you very much.
I might be on a little bit of a delay.
I see.
I did see a little bit of it if you want to hear a bit of a brief recap.
Sure, go ahead.
So the big thing that he seemed to be driving home is that he's in Washington D.C. specifically. They're mobilizing. I don't know if it's military, National Guard, but some kind of higher forces, and they're going to be very strictly enforcing the 7 p.m. curfew with the threat of, in his words, very severe criminal consequences. He referred to the instigators as terrorists or terror instigators, something to that effect. He mentioned Antifa. The other thing that he said that I felt like was noteworthy was that at large, if these types of demonstrations and riots and whatever you want to call them continue, his words were essentially, if the states or the cities cannot handle it themselves, he will deploy the military and, quote, handle it for them. So. Also, another update from the street, and this is urgent. ICE is currently at Spring Garden and Front Street, so you know that, but people should be aware of that.
Is it ICE working under the auspices of DHS, or is it?
I gave you as much information as I had. That was via a Facebook post from somebody on the street. That's all they said.
Okay. Yeah, feel free to message any folks that you see posting anything like that and ask them if they'd be willing to join the chat just to give that information.
I have been extending that out to most of the people that I've been talking to, but the general sort of response is that either batteries are low or they're concerned about maintaining battery power. So that's why most people have not, taken that opportunity. But I have been asking people.
Okay, great. This particular video that I'm currently showing is, this computer is from reporter Kristen Johansson. She seems to be live in front of PDHQ. So there seems to be a group gathering there again. Just turn up the volume on that.
Our nation has been gripped by professional anarchists, violent mobs.
They're trying to get the police to take the knee to show solidarity and support. This is something that usually has to come from the top. With the Philadelphia Police Department, this isn't something that they do usually on their own. They can't usually even interact with people. But that's what they've been trying to get them to do for most of the day. It's happened in other cities. They want them to show solidarity with their cause.
Even the news reporter speaks in us and they terms.
There's currently, it looks like recently there have been a few arrests of a small number of individuals, not a large group, but right around the roundabout around Center City. Looks like possibly on the south side.
So basically the same tactic from yesterday. They're splitting up the group and then guiding them down 7th to Chestnut.
Again, this has been peaceful.
Arresting
This
them
has not
where
been
helicopters get
an aggressive protest. There was, an incident that happened at 22nd where I was, but it is a peaceful protest. Who do you serve? Who do you protect? That's what they're chanting. Who do you serve? Who do you protect? They're all on their knee. There's somebody in the front. trying to get the police to take a knee. Obviously, it's not just police officers here and top brass, but it's also the National Guard that's here at the Roundhouse, and it's pretty barricaded around the Roundhouse.
Was a total disgrace. As we speak, I am dispatching thousands.
Yeah. Just, I don't know. If he could not speak, that would be great. Sorry for the radio silence, folks. Just a lot going on. I scheduled this for another hour, but I don't have any footage coming in. I don't seem to be able to get a hold of anybody on the street. Okay, it's live near me.
Stand strong, guys.
You're your own person! You're not the government!
Oh.
Sorry, James. I was just rewatching the Trump press conference he just gave, and I want to know what the one law that America has is, because he was very adamant about that, and I was amused by it. Do you know what the one beautiful law we have is?
No.
Yeah, neither do I.
What happened to states' rights?
I mean, I absolutely. There's a ton to unpack about that. I mean, aside from it just not being a nonsensical statement, but yeah, the notion that he's going to exert military force on state and local communities because he feels compelled to, that seems very very contrapuntal to the whole Republican small government ethos. And I'm curious how that will sit with actual conservatives. But, you know.
Yeah, I'm curious how all of this sits with actual conservatives as well. One of the target, I don't know what to call them, target protesters, target protectors. One of the guys standing out front of Target last night The guy that had the very popular live stream.
Can we call them targeteers?
Targeteers, sure, like the Three Musketeers, but targeteers. I heard them called Meal Team 6, but that's mean. So I don't know what to call them, but he made it pretty clear that he thinks quote unquote liberals are bad. But I don't really, no matter what your politics is, the current situation is all bad. You basically have a bunch of people decrying police force being met with police force. What does that say except for they're right?
I mean, that would require the acknowledgement of some sort of cognitive dissonance within their own worldview that I feel like many of the people who would be willing to get behind a guy like Trump in the first place are possibly simply not capable of.
Yeah, that's... Oh, interesting. I don't know when this is from. It was posted 1 minute ago, but from an international user. And I will bring it over to that screen and make it available for you guys. But this looks like, would you look up that, that business? Chris, do you have something that you could look up?
I'm sorry, I was looking at something else real quick. What was what were you asking for?
Is this Levy's Daily Child Care?
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
On the video, sorry, you can't see the desktop that I'm sharing.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure out, because there's a developing sort of, okay, yeah, so 26th Precinct right now, which is Girard, right by Girard and Aramingo. There are currently, there's currently a large group of what are described as people from the neighborhood chanting "All Lives Matter." They seem to be out with the intent of inciting violence or trying to get into fights based on the observer's perception of what's going on. I have some. Some of them have baseball bats and hammers as well.
Okay.
This is corroborated by 3 separate sources at this point. So, and there's pictures I can send you if you want.
Yeah, that would be great. So I'm showing on the live feed a video from Leany's Child Care, which is 65th and 65th and Elmwood. It's the southwest section of the city, closer to Darby and Eastwick, closer to the airport than center of the city. So this video is of some youth. They liberated a police vehicle, smashed its windows, and shifted it somehow. Got it out of the park, and pushed it down. Got it started somehow and pushed it down a line of police vehicles and crashed it into another police vehicle. Actually, Also appears they're expropriating some police gear from the back of the police vehicle.
It looks like they may have just put the vehicle in neutral because it didn't try and keep going after it hit the other car.
One youth got himself a fancy new hat. Yeah, it appears they're expropriating literally anything from the police vehicles that they could use, including mechanical parts and underhood items. I'm assuming my video is grainy enough that none of these folks are going to be identified by this video. If they're identified by anything, it would be the officers that were actually present in about 4 cars further west than this video. So, yeah, I have absolutely no qualm whatsoever with folks expropriating stuff from a police car in a police protest. If that's problematic for you, I think you might have missed the point. But what do I know? So it looks like Chopper 6 is back to being live. I'll put that on the remote view here. I'm going to get rid of the wine of the whirly blades. So this is the gathering protest in front of police HQ. It looks as though police officers are creating a picket line to the west of the protesters. Also a picket line across 7th Street for some reason. Making a right there and heading down the street would take you towards the Liberty Bell. And the area where they arrested protesters yesterday. Okay, do you have this this post that you shared with me, Chris? Do you have this directly, like where I could pull it up?
I do not at the moment. Hold on, let me see if I can get a link to it.
I'd like to pull it up widescreen. So there are reports of white supremacists directly outside the 26th precinct. They're currently walking around chanting "All Lives Matter," carrying baseball bats and crowbars and other improvised weaponry, and they're looking to incite. Looks from these photos as to be a group of maybe 100 or so.
James, have you seen any photo confirmed or otherwise extra credible reports that ICE is around Spring Garden Street?
Chris reported it from a person on the scene. I haven't.
I've seen many tweets, and all of them seem to be hearsay, and none of them are posting photos. So I'm very curious to know if it's something that's confirmable.
Yeah, unfortunately, all I have is a Facebook post, and in the interest of full transparency, it is not a Facebook post directly from a source on the ground. It is reposted from someone else, so it could potentially be a rumor that's going around.
It wouldn't be the first time that rumors of ICE specifically are intentionally spread around protests, but I guess the idea that protesters are more likely to be immigrants and want to disperse. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just very curious to see some confirmation about it, one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, if it turns out to not be true, that's almost that it's maybe not as bad, because obviously ICE activity is always a pretty horrific thing, and a rumor is a rumor. But
especially in conjunction with the curfew and other factors.
I'm sorry?
Especially in conjunction with this curfew and other factors right now.
Right, yeah. And I was just, it speaks to the surreptitious nature of the people, sort of spreading that kind of misinformation.
Yeah, I'm not sure what advantage that gives anybody to spread that as a false rumor, but I don't know it to be fact. So,
yeah, I mean, I would argue that the likelihood that anybody who's undocumented is participating in the protest, not that it's impossible, but it's potentially much less likely because of the high probability that they would come into contact with law enforcement, and the consequences for them would be much more severe than the average protest.
Which makes it feel like if they were there, this would be much more blatantly a signal that ICE is prepared to act as a more general suppression tactic and just arrest anybody and worry about their citizenship later, which they've already made very clear they're going to do. This would be a step up. But again, that's all speculation on whether they're even there.
They, yeah, and the PPD did just tweet out a reminder, a helpful reminder that that the city is under a curfew order, and that if you are anywhere outside, you are liable to be arrested. So your helpful reminder, folks. Thanks from the PPD. With love.
Keeping in mind that if you are white and if you are clearly engaged in any kind of activity which upholds the material status quo, they won't bother you. And on that note, I'm going to be out watering my garden in a few minutes, and no one will pay me any mind because I'll be looking like I'm upholding the state.
I mean, to be fair, I did make it all the way across the city while driving yesterday. They're not gonna...
Yeah, it's very specific. My point being that this is very, very specifically a suppression tactic and not anything...
Yeah, they're not...
else.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I started that stream with you and shared it last night because it is more than likely that a random officer would just arrest me for no reason. It has happened before. I have literally been arrested for no reason. I have been stop and frisked.
I have as well, actually.
I have also. I'm willing to bet this hasn't happened to you, Chris, but I was followed from the Navy Yard in my vehicle by DHS to the Starbucks on Jackson Street, followed into the store, and carefully cased, like they were clearly determining whether they could arrest me or not, until I spoke English. And the instant I spoke English to the cashier, they turned around and left.
No, that has certainly never happened to me, James. That's absolutely abhorrent.
One of my better Philly stories. I've enjoyed that one quite a lot. So yeah, the Philly police Twitter 3 minutes ago. Be advised, a citywide curfew is in effect. With the exception of those who are engaged in essential duties, you must return indoors, or you will be subject to arrest and citation. I like how it says you must return indoors. I can go in my backyard. If you bitches tried to arrest me in my backyard, I would, that's quite a lawsuit you'd be facing.
Your mention of a backyard has me thinking yet again about how the massive curfew is affecting the city's houseless population. If anybody has direct information on that from the last few days, I'd be very interested to hear it.
I don't have direct information on that right now. Let's see what I can do. I might be able to share some more information about that in the next couple of days. I do know quite a number of people that work with the unhomed in Philadelphia. I do not directly usually. I'm just watching this confrontation on the helicopter feed. Of a supervisor talking to a group of, I think, protesters? Interesting. Do either of you know, or perhaps anybody in any of the comments sections, know of the reason why there no longer seems to be a unit dedicated to dealing with the public interface during protests? Or do either of you remember what that unit was called? I'll take that as a no. So yeah, there used to be a unit in Philadelphia that was dedicated to dealing directly with protests and protesters, and they were basically the public interface between protesters and the Philly PD. Their entire job was to make sure that things didn't get out of hand during a protest. And that there were no riot cops, there was no rioting.
So they focused, they functioned almost like a liaison or something along those lines.
Yeah. I just don't remember what the name of that group was any longer.
It would be interesting if police and protests started to have like I know I'm a union member, so what I think of is like steward and manager type relationships where one representative is speaking on behalf of one group and another representative is speaking, and you can almost like collectively bargain for a mutually amicable outcome. I wonder if there's any real precedent or any way to actually implement that type of model. it's been effective in keeping unions from burning factories down for a little while now.
Well, interestingly, that's basically what happened at 52nd and Market last night. Councilwoman Gauthier, Councilperson Gauthier, is in direct communication with one of the folks that was at 52nd and Market, as it turned into a complete shit show because of the police. And she was able to get in touch with Commissioner Outlaw and basically commit Commissioner Outlaw to coming and negotiating with the protesters at 52nd. I think it's probably the best outcome that could have happened, given how bad the situation got there. And I think that if it wasn't for Councilwoman Gauthier, there probably would have continued to be riotous situations in that neighborhood for the next couple of weeks, not stopping for sunrise or sunset or anything like that. It is a very affected part of our community by all of this, and the anger there is both large and righteous. I don't think those folks would have agreed to stop if just because of the application of some sort of police enforcement that isn't. That's exactly what they're rioting against, and so I go back to this again. I don't understand what the play is here from the perspective of the city, from the perspective of Outlaw. She seems to be following a model that isn't proven here in Philly. She may be bringing tactics from Portland. But Portland is a city of mostly white people. This is a city of mostly black people. And your tactics are not going to be the same, especially when the anger is against policing, not against a more nebulous cause.
Yeah, like it's not people like, it's not Antifa on the streets pissed off that Donald Trump is in office. It's not, protesting like, world trade summits and things like that. It's very directed specifically at police and their actions and their tactics. And as you very accurately pointed out, all that's happening as a result is the police are, continuing to use those exact same tactics that you're protesting. So it's basically, you have a situation, just to put it in like really simple, basic terms, where you have somebody going, please stop hitting me. And the other person's like, I'm going to hit you. Please stop hitting me. And then eventually they start hitting back. And now for some reason they're confused about it.
Yeah, and it's a lot like the old thing when you're a kid, stop hitting yourself. Well, yeah. Anyway, here's some live coverage from the Fox helicopter. I'll put up here for you folks. This seems to be a group. Looks to me like they're walking down Arch. Does Watts intersect with Arch?
Yes, I believe that it does.
Yeah, it looks like Arch and going towards Broad.
I believe that is that.
That's the
No,
7-Eleven.
it's not. I was going to say, is that the convention center on the right? But I don't believe it is.
It's the convention center on the left.
There we
That's
go.
the 7-Eleven. On the near corner on the right is that pizza place. So
Right,
that's Broad and Arch. It looks like, as far as an organized march, people are losing steam.
My people that have been sort of on the ground, they all seem to have headed home. I guess if nothing else, the curfew is successful in stopping the peaceful demonstrations. We'll see how effective it is in stopping the ones that aren't peaceful.
Well, I mean, even on the first day, that's a lot of National Guard members. So it looks like the National Guard has been deployed to protect the Rizzo statue this evening.
No. Don't you remember Outlaw said we're
protecting the building.
Behind. That's why they put the line at the statue, so they can protect the building behind it.
Right. Unlike the day before when they had the line behind the statue, which actually was protecting the building. The building, by the way, that none of the protesters cared about. They did not want to touch the building. They wanted to take down the statue.
I would argue most of the people that were in the protests probably have no idea what that building is or does, what its functions are, nor do they care. Like, what are you going to loot out of that? A bunch of paperwork? It's the notion that they need to protect that building specifically is patently absurd to me.
Yeah. That building, for those who don't know, is the City Services building. It basically contains the offices and records for all the departments of the city that do things like approve permits, manage businesses, collect taxes, those kinds of things. The boring part of city government.
Hey, maybe they wanted to break in there and get some black market fishing licenses or something to sell. You never know.
Sure. But in front of the City Services building, you have the Rizzo statue. I doubt very many people don't know, but the Rizzo statue is a statue to a man named Frank Rizzo, who was a city police chief and mayor for a number of years. Where are they rolling out to? So that's a comms truck for the National Guard there. Looks like they're creating a small convoy, but I don't know what for.
It might be possible that they're deploying to Southwest. Is there still looting going on out there? I know there were reports of that earlier.
I am very much in the dark on what's going on. They've cut the police scanners off. So, yeah, it looks like they're leaving a platoon, perhaps, at the at the City Services building. Maybe doing a shift change for the officers. Oh, they all seem to be attempting to arrest two folks that were riding bicycles on Broad Street at City Hall. A young person of color and a young white man. Looks like they threw pepper spray or tear gas grenade at them. And it looks like they've moved their bicycles to the side of the road. Oh, 3 people of color. that bicycle to the side of the road. So it appears they just randomly arrested 3 people that were riding bicycles near City Hall. That's a pretty expensive bike that they're leaving in the roadway there. Oh, he did pick it up. How nice of him. And he's just going to leave it on the side of the road for somebody to steal. Okay. Happy news. So it looks like Chopper 6 is also in the area. I'll pull that up. Looks like there's a gathering near the... This looks like the convention center to me. You could... Chris, is that what it looks like to you? I think this is the convention center. Looks like there's quite a gathering. They're on the south side of the street. Don't know what they're gathering. Oh, they're on the west side of the street. A few folks hanging out on their rooftop, just chilling, as it were. Just to bring the arrest video back up. So yeah, if anybody is on the ground, again, I'll put this random call out there. Anybody getting home from the protests, anybody who would like to speak about their experience,
within the last hour, Trump has again committed to deploying U.S. military forces on U.S. soil against protesters. I don't know if we talked about that while I've been away much, but I would expect to see that, in addition to the direct horrifying implications of that consolidation of power, I would expect to see that be a signal for police and white vigilantes to step up their aggression, assuming that they're going to be backed up. And I would hope to see it be a signal to a wider pouring out of general support for these protests, but we'll see. I mean, I'm just speculating. It's a lot. I am seeing a lot of shock on Twitter about the idea of U.S. military being deployed on U.S. soil, and yes, it's incredibly, it would be momentous, and yet it's not actually without precedent if we include our indigenous
the indigenous population of this land, which has had the U.S. military turned on them for centuries.
Yeah. Yeah, indigenous folks have been experiencing the application of force against application of military force against their persons for a couple of centuries now.
I believe we actually just passed the dubious milestone of half a millennia of genocide against Native Americans in the United States.
So apparently,
Ponce de Leon comes to Florida in 1513, so...
Apparently there's a standoff. Sorry to interrupt you guys. There's a standoff between white nationalists and Black Lives Matter supporters at Girard. Police officers arrived ready to disperse the crowd, and they turned around and headed toward the counter-protest, the I Can't Breathe side. A lot of talk on the bat brandishing side. So these are the guys wielding axes and hammers.
Mind your fucking business. I'm here to protect this fucking neighborhood. Mind your fucking business. That's right. You lucky I ain't got my fucking gun. Go home, dude.
So this is the danger of folks having muddled speech. And partly why some of the folks in early U.S. government were literally afraid of the people. You've got people out there that don't understand the things that they're saying, even for themselves, and therefore they're just randomly brandishing weapons and threatening people. John E. Hearns, he's a producer with the WHYY Radio Times. He's been following the crowd of white folks, basically spoiling for a fight. Sorry, I'm sharing this to Facebook as quickly as I can because this is not looking well. I don't know how many people are still watching this, but this is more disconcerting than I've seen anything all day. On the ground footage from Bernard M. Lambert of police headquarters protests.
Martial law's in full effect.
That was an hour and a half ago, almost 2 hours ago. It was 6 o'clock.
It's the end of the week.
Yeah, that was over at 6 o'clock.
Hey James, is the footage that's currently of the people at Ratio in the roundabout, is that current or is that earlier today? It looks like earlier today.
I'm sorry?
Is the feed that's currently on the YouTube at the roundabout, is that
That's live.
That's live? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I have somebody on the ground asking where people are at, so I'm trying to direct them. So James, I'd like to ask your opinion on just regarding like tactics and equipment. You know, obviously we'll both agree that like use of tear gas is pretty unacceptable in general, but also not just what equipment they're using, but the tactics and effectiveness and appropriateness of the way they're using them. So like, you know, things like I don't know if this has been an issue in Philadelphia specifically, but there's definitely been issues where police have been firing rubber bullets directly at people instead of deflecting the bullets off the ground as they're engineered to do. And, you know, stuff like when you're spraying pepper spray or mace at somebody, the nozzle is not really supposed to be like in their face. It's supposed to be like like a misting or a clouding effect. That's how you do serious and more permanent damage. So I'm just wondering if that, what your opinion is that, and is that a training issue, or do you feel like that's just pure aggression?
I think it's a misapplication of equipment issue.
So they got the zip ties out. They're about to. There's only like 10 people out here now.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, what do you feel like is, the bigger driving factor in the misapplication? Do you think it's a lack of training, or do you think it's aggression?
I think it's that the police were never meant to have those weapons.
I mean, I would agree with that.
I don't think the police were ever meant to have those weapons. So yeah, that's what I mean by misapplication of equipment. Like,
I got you.
A lot of the stuff that they have, they weren't ever meant to have.
For like 40 people.
Right, and that extends out beyond the weapons to things like the MRAP, other vehicles and other technology. The Stingrays are also something that's deeply, deeply concerning to me. I don't feel like that's something that local or even really state police sources should have ready access to. That to me seems a little bit of overreach.
Yep.
Why you ain't said that 2 hours ago?
So the police are giving a dispersal order to the folks that are in front of the police headquarters, but they have the people in that location pinned in. The people can neither go east nor west. The building is to their south, and there is a highway to their north.
Yeah, that feels very much to me like they're putting them in a situation where they're going to not be obeying a lawful order.
Yeah.
And that, that will be used against them.
Here they come, yeah.
Here come the horses. Watch out. Here come the horses.
Be back to the right!
This way! This way! They got the horses.
Thanks for that image. Share it a little bit. So it looks like the police barricade line is pushing the remaining protesters west on Vine Street. seem to be sheltering in a parking lot. President Trump everywhere. Alright, so that was the breakup of the protests at the PPD HQ. Here's a video from earlier of the protests.
In solidarity! Police take a knee! In solidarity! Police take a knee!
I believe these are from Girard Avenue.
In solidarity! Police take a knee! In solidarity! Police take a knee! In solidarity! Police take a knee! Peace! No justice! No peace! No justice!
Yeah. And then the news helicopters are currently showing the empty area in front of PPD HQ. That's where they just pushed all the protesters from that were in the live shot just a few seconds ago. Currently looking for more info on the white nationalists that were pushing towards Broad Street. So I'm going to show you guys some video from the white nationalists who were agitating up in Fishtown. Trying to get some video of some protesters running from an MRAP and undercover or unmarked police unit from the helicopter. Up on the screen. So these are protesters being followed southbound on Broad Street by an MRAP, and it looks like a platoon of Philadelphia police officers, a couple of unmarked police units. They seem to be individually chasing small groups of protesters. If anybody has communication with folks on the ground, the contingent of riot officers just made a left on Green Street from Broad Street and appear to be going eastbound. Not quite certain if the line of buses is there in order to possibly act as transportation for arrests, or if they're there in support, bringing in extra police officers. This is very opposite your job as a police officer. Police officers have no right to be stalking small groups of people. They're not being violent. They are not looting. They are not destroying anything. They are not breaking any laws.
Well, this is all sort of ties back in and comes back to the point you were making earlier about the whole purpose of the curfew is to reduce the threshold for police interaction to zero. So at this point, technically, legally speaking, with the curfew, it is somehow within the purview of their job. But yeah, absolutely, in any other circumstances, this is entirely against anything that they're legally allowed to be doing.
Yeah. And they are putting people at peril at the moment, increasing the chance that people will be injured or die because people are not paying attention to traffic or other things. They are being put at peril by the police. People are literally.
I completely agree. I'm sorry if my comment came off as in any way like apologist. I wasn't justifying it. I was more circling back to your point earlier of like the curfew exists only to give them the opportunity to do things like this.
Yes, yes. So that looks like, I believe that's a police-owned MRAP. I don't know what the news helicopter is focusing on there. There are also multiple police units involved in this action. I will bring up the other video of police units involved in this action. That white bus, the older style bus, is a police arrest transportation vehicle.
Yeah, I believe those usually belong to the sheriff.
Yeah.
Are they? I'm trying to understand what's going on here with the SEPTA buses. I'm confused as to whether they're, because there's 3 of them all in Rapids in session. I guess it's possible that they got kind of stacked on top of each other. Maybe the protests interrupted their route. But I know in some places...
SEPTA is currently suspended, so I think that they were... This shot from Skyfox is not live, by the way. That's from several minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
I think that they were... so the SEPTA is, I believe, transporting police... providing police transportation. They're not providing prisoner transportation, but they're providing transportation to backup police officers that don't have their own vehicle here.
Copy. Yeah, I was wondering... I know in some cities they do use them for prisoner transportation and also police transportation, but I was wondering if you had any insight to that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that SEPTA is only providing cross support in the form of police transportation.
I did see in some other cities the transportation unions, in solidarity with the protests, were refusing to transport both prisoners and police, and I was I guess heartened is the term by that. That was encouraging.
There was a clarification while the union was making the request not to transport police or prisoners. After consultation with the transportation managers, they decided that they would support transporting police officers.
Police officers, but not prisoners?
Right.
Okay.
At least that's my understanding of it. It may have changed again. So that what's being shown right now is an area north of Vine. The police often during major actions park extra vehicles on that on-ramp to 676 and close it off. So that's pretty typical. And this helicopter coverage is about to end because they're putting the camera into the park position. So that was the interesting stuff, folks. Thanks for tuning in at that momentary notice. I wanted people to see the breakup of the protest at the police headquarters. It's pretty important that we witness these kinds of things. This shot says it's live. I don't believe it is because they showed the front of Police HQ with a large crowd, but there hasn't been a large crowd in front of Police HQ for about 20 minutes now. They may have switched back to a live feed, however.
Hey James, are you aware of any direct action that's planned throughout the rest of the week from BLM or any other organizations?
I have not been looking into it. I've been working on an action that will be online. It is not a protest; it's a rally in support of the arts and in support of Black Lives Matter, in support of an end to violence. So I've been working on that, and so I have not been paying a lot of attention to planned actions in the real space, unfortunately. The 6 ABC helicopter seems to have moved up to Spring Garden Street. There seems to be some confrontation with folks at this corner. Oh, that's Gerard. Thank you, Brett. Appreciate that input. This is Gerard. I don't know. Do you know what the cross street is? I'm unaware of what cross street this is or why they would be blocking it. It looks like Palmer. Yeah, that's Palmer Street. Yeah, I'm not exactly certain why they would be blocking Gerard and Palmer. There were no marchers going down Gerard that I am aware of.
Is Gerard and Palmer is not far from where that 26th precinct, like I guess counter protest was happening. It might just be support in the area for that and to, for traffic or something like that.
Yeah, not quite sure why they have such a tight blockade of the street, however.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It could be just, like they could be preparing for the tactic of like how they close in from two sides. They could just be, mustering at that point, maybe. I don't know. At this point, it's conjecture, obviously. But.
Yeah. Two MRAPs are at Broad and Spring Garden. They seem to be arresting random people at Broad and Spring Garden. There are no mass gatherings of folks here. This is just an individual who is wearing a black sweatshirt, and they arrested her. or him. I'm not sure. Them. They arrested them. And Brett contributed that the 26th is 2 blocks from Girard and Palmer, so they may just be hardening the entire access to the 26th. That is a group of bicycle cops riding south on Broad from Spring Garden. Pretty normal contingent of bicycle cops for crowd control. The guys with bats are protecting the 26th?
Yeah, that's the take.
How? Okay. So apparently the white nationalists are trying to protect the police.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me because that seems really dubious in the sense that, like, okay, you're gonna administer this curfew, and if people are out on the street, let's say wearing a black sweatshirt and let's say having melanin content in their skin, they'll get arrested. But a man standing outside of a police department with a baseball bat, implying the threat of violence, somehow that's okay? Like, are these, in the event that there were a physical altercation somehow, are these people effectively deputized? Like, what is this? What are the actual implications of this,
Yeah, I'm not sure Ms. Outlaw has any clear idea of how to deal with protests. It seems like her predecessor had a good system in place that didn't result in violence every time there was a protest, and Ms. Outlaw may have thrown out that playbook. So that is PPD HD HQ that they're showing on the footage now. Appears a lot of unmarked and marked police vehicles are gathering in front of PPD HQ. I believe it's probably just so that they can take a break, like those fellas. You've had a long day on your feet. Take your break. Or those ladies.
Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, police can take as many breaks as they want.
Yeah, no, I mean, take all the breaks. Just sit down somewhere. Get out. Yeah.
Play some hopscotch or something, man, dude.
Do something productive with your life.
Or, like, transition to an actual community police force where you actively work to help people in the community, or you're not just sitting around waiting to write traffic citations or harass people for quote-unquote being suspicious, Like, there are actions that a police force can take that could be genuinely beneficial to the community. Like, hey, maybe pick up some garbage sometime. Like, you're on the clock anyway. Half the time I see these guys walking around, not really doing a whole lot. And that's fine. I don't really want our police to be that active in the first place. But I guess, what I'm saying is, like, you want to build some community goodwill, start actually giving some goodwill back to the community. And that, I feel like that goes a long way,
So, yeah, the helicopters are having trouble keeping up with covering the two locations. I guess the disadvantage to having helicopter coverage is that they kind of have to focus on one location. So this is Gerard again. And I guess that's the group of white nationalists with baseball bats, because I see a couple baseball bats in the crowd in front of Central Pizza.
Yo, that's the most Philly thing ever. A bunch of like overweight white dudes with baseball bats defending a pizza place from fucking getting looted.
Yeah, I mean, I would kind of trust them to do that on a normal night without being super racist, but it looks like they're going to be super racist. This guy is trying to hand out beers to... Yeah, okay, Officer Krupke. Yeah, whatever. So, we talked a lot about, I talked a lot, I've been talking a lot today. I talked a lot this morning. Dude, what are you going to do with a shovel? Oh, God, give me strength. Talked a lot earlier today about the folks at Target that were giving a mixed message. Apparently, somebody on scene decided to alert the police to the presence of some curfew violators. She's being escorted back across the street. So yeah, problem with mixed message. The folks in South Philly, or at least the guy on camera, it was pretty clear that he's an anti-racist, although he's against Antifa. I don't know how you can be both. You can't. Just to be clear, that's sarcasm. I don't know how you can be both means you can't. You cannot be both anti-racist and against Antifa. Antifa, for anybody that doesn't know, is short for anti-fascism. Fascism, for those that don't know, is a police-controlled government, and is tightly tied to white nationalism. It's the ultimate form of authoritarianism. If you don't think that folks should be forced to wear a mask in a state of emergency, you are Antifa. If you don't think that businesses should be ordered closed to help people be protected from a serious disease, then you are Antifa. If you don't think that Nazis should rule the United States with an iron hand, then you are Antifa.
If you're an outspoken supporter of the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms, you are Antifa.
Yes. Yeah. So if you believe in the right to bear
arms, it's incredible.
Huh?
I was just saying that the hypocrisy abounds with the type of people who will say, first off, they'll say Antifa are fascists, which is hilarious in its own right. But outside of that, it's usually the "don't tread on me" crowd. It's usually the "you'll take my AR from my cold dead hands" crowd that are like, Antifa is a terrorist organization and they need to be dealt with. And there's a cognitive dissonance there, or I guess to put it in Orwellian, or I guess properly to say newspeak would be doublethink.
Yes. So the police are clearly going to let those gentlemen just kind of mill about there in front of their neighborhood pizza shop. And that's so here's where this kind of line of thinking comes from. It comes from the idea that the neighborhood belongs to them. It's their neighborhood. And whenever somebody says it's our neighborhood, even my friend Jen, who said it earlier today, it's our neighborhood, you have to be wary of anybody who says it's our neighborhood, or it's our street, or it's our town. That's why one of the chants that goes up in anti-police violence movements is "Whose streets? Our streets," because that is the most direct threat to folks who claim righteous ownership of a physical place. This all ties back into Karening, the idea of a Karen, the idea of the woman who assaulted the man in Central Park, who was trying to birdwatch. It's all the same idea. Just because you live there, just because you have a tie to that place, doesn't make it exclusively yours. This is a nation of diversity, and people not looking like you, or people not sounding like you, people not saying the same things as you, doesn't make them a target for your anger or subject to your rule. We need to get rid of that idea. We need to extinguish that idea more than anything else. That idea is what is the root source of division amongst people in this nation. The idea that something belongs to you just because you feel ownership over it is the root of the problem. I'm going to end my coverage in a few minutes at 8:30 here. I've gone on about a half hour longer than I said I would for folks. I haven't had any dial-ins from folks who were on the ground. If you were on the ground tonight and you would like to talk out to a live stream, I'll be happy to do it tonight after I take a little break here, or I'll be happy to do it tomorrow morning if you'd like. You can just get in touch with me on Messenger if you have a story to tell from today's march. If you'd like to appear on a live stream that goes to a pretty diverse audience, and express why it is that you participated in the march, what you saw, anything like that, I will be happy to talk to you and stream it out for others to see and hear. If you have any questions or comments or concerns, feel free to chat message me or send me an email. Please follow my Twitter feed, RavenEyes77 on Twitter. Follow me on Facebook. Subscribe, like, share on YouTube. And also Twitch is pretty important. If any of you guys wants to subscribe to me on Twitch, that would be great. Periscope is also a good spot. You can sign up for notifications on Periscope. It will alert you through Twitter or directly through Periscope if you install the Periscope app on your phone. But you don't have to sign up for you don't have to have the app on your phone to sign up for Periscope. So I really appreciate everybody's time and attention. Thank you for watching this coverage. Our lovely city of Philadelphia is turning into something akin to a war zone right at the moment, and I don't know how to fix it right now. But if anybody has any good ideas, send them my way. Just want to thank everybody again, and everybody have